So we're testing now. Testing and speaking to make sure that people can hear us, which is important, not only here but up there in YouTube land. Okay, thank you, councillors. Being 6 o'clock, I'd like to declare the ordinary meeting for Blayney Shire Council for July open, and thank you all very much for your attendance. In opening this meeting, I'd like to recognise the traditional custodians of this land, the Wiradjuri people, and pay my respects to their elders, both past, present and emerging. Councillors, I'd like you to go to item 2, which is a request for remote attendance by Councillor Somervale. We have a motion there that the request that Councillor Somervale attends this meeting by audio-visual link. Moved Councillor Reynolds. We have a seconder, Councillor Ewan. I'll put the motion. All in favour? Aye. Against? Declared carried. Councillors, important to note that this meeting is being live streamed, and I'd like to welcome the members of the public who have joined us here this evening, and I'd also like to acknowledge all those that may be viewing us on live stream as well. And important to note that you may be recorded as part of these proceedings tonight, so just an important point to note. Madam GM, apologies for non-attendance. I believe we're all accounted for. Excellent. Disclosure of interest, Madam GM. Do we have any disclosure of interest here for the business here this evening?
Yes, I do, Mr Mayor. I have a declaration of conflict of interest. It is yourself, Councillor Ferguson. It is in item number 2 and 3 on page 17 and 18. It is to do with the rescission motion and the notice of motion. The reason for the interest is you have a business relationship with the applicant of the matter. It's a pecuniary interest. And that's the only declaration of interest I have.
No other declarations. Thank you, Madam GM. Okay, councillors, I'd like to draw your attention now to the confirmation of the minutes. The ordinary council meeting held on the 28th of the 6th. Do I have a mover that is a true record of that meeting? Councillor Reynolds has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ewan has seconded that. I'll put that. All in favour? Aye. Against? Declared carried. Any matters arising from those minutes, councillors? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just going to say, with regard to the fire festival, which was one of the resolutions with the Traffic Committee, it's now been delayed, I think, till the 27th of August. It was going to be early in August, so with COVID restrictions, that has been delayed. Thank you.
That is correct, and hopefully we'll get an opportunity to have that event. Councillors, any other matters arising from those minutes? If not, I'll refer you now to our public forum. We do have some public forums here this evening, which is very good. I'd like to now refer to item 10, and the item we're discussing is the motel accommodation signage and subdivision of land. We have 3 speakers, councillors. I'd first like to invite Peter Ogilvie. Peter, if you'd like to come up to the lectern. Peter, you have approximately about 5 minutes, and after about 4 minutes I'll give you a bit of a warning. You have a minute left. So thank you, Peter.
Oh, it's working.
I think you're on. Away you go.
Good evening, everyone. I'm, as you know, an objector to this subdivision or motel. I believe it's in the wrong place, and it should be taken out at the edge of town. So I'll just start. Do these dwellings called accommodation 4-room ensuite that are they not built to the local? They're built to the local. Are not built to the local government. Manufactured homes, estates, caravan park, camping grounds, and movable dwelling regulation under 2005. I have spoken with the New South Wales Planning and Environmental Department. They told me that they are an unclassified dwelling, meaning that they were not built to comply with the manufactured home legislation or the BCA, and are not under the dwellings of the unregisterable in this Act. This is what is only rovers have to rewire. This is only why rovers have to rewire and fix plumbing under the standards. If the units were built to comply with the legislation of the Mobile Home Act, they would not need to be altered. They would have to be built to comply when they come out of the factory. I have stated this would not comply with this legislation, let alone to be called a motel. Under this legislation in the notes, the terms associated with the structures and building are defined in the Act. BCA has the same meaning as it has in the Environmental and Planning Assessment of 1979. So when the legislation states that to the BCA, the reference what the building has to be complied to. As we know, rovers have used the reference to upgrade electrical and plumbing on these units. Under the reference of a habitable room has the same meaning as it has in the BCA. So a habitable room for these dwellings to be called a motel, you have to go to D1.3. Is in this section it tells you that one person per 15 square metres for a habitable room in a motel. And these rooms are roughly 6 square metres without the ensuite. So they do not comply to be called a motel even under the Act of what they're there. 43 of the New South Wales Government legislation, the density states as one manufactured home to one dwelling site. Light and ventilation, again, a habitable room is mentioned, again meaning that the size has to comply with the BCA, 15 square metres for a habitable room. Again, they're not that size. Site breakaway arrangement, this has got 3 sections. I'll use section 3 of it. This clause does not prohibit the installation of semi-detached homes, which these are, because there's 4 rooms in each dwelling and you can't access through the internal doors because there is none. So they're what are classified as a semi-detached dwelling. And so as long as the separation, construction confirming with fire safety and sound insulation provisions relating to the Class 1 building contained in section 3.7.1 and 3.8.6 of volume 2 of the BCA, which has come straight from this legislation for the manufactured home, the BCA reads that only the products can be used for fire safety are plasterboard, perforated gypsum, fibrous plasterboard, reinforced boards, coward sheeting, metal sheeting, and non-combustible items. So when you go through that section, the structures are steel frame, meaning that they have to have 2 layers of 13mm fire protection grade plasterboard on each wall where it is a dividing wall. These haven't. They've only got a 3.6 mil plywood vinyl coating. The area of the mobile home, again, it's 53 of the Act. The enclosed floor area of a manufactured home must be at least 35 square metres. The enclosed floor area of this unit is roughly 10.9 because, again, they're a semi-detached unit, and this has to be taken over the full side of the door, not over the full, but only one room. And under 145, floor area of a relocated room, the enclosed floor area of a relocated room must be at least 15 square metres. Remember that they are semi-detached and the floor area is per room, not per building. The aims and objections. Blayney Shire Council's development plan, A1.6, aim and objections of the DCP. The accommodation 4-room en-suites do not comply. I believe they have no architectural value and no heritage looks and will not blend into the surrounding heritage homes. The wall that is going to be used as a screen will draw people's attention to it, not away from it. The suitability of the site under C5.2, these dwellings that are being placed in this middle of a heritage zone of Blayney, they are not to be built to heritage standards. They're just a flat roof, very thin. So I ask, how come people in the Blayney Shire have to build homes in a heritage zone that are made to comply with the heritage design and these don't? Under the building design D 2.7, blank walls have large, expensive blank walls are not preferred unless an applicator can demonstrate that the majority of the wall would not be visible from the public space. By planting vines up over it, is that going to make it invisible? I don't think so. The next one is objectives of the heritage conservation, A1.2, to conserve the heritage significance of the natural environment and ensure new development is sympathetic to the identified heritage area. This development is opposite. It will not be sympathetic to the surrounding area at all. It's just an eyesore.
1 minute, Pete.
Scale and form. A development of the large scale is only allowed for it can demonstrate that the new development will not already impact on the character and views of the conservation area, that impacts on the residents' views looking straight onto the units. We look straight onto these units from our double-storey homes, and the council can ensure peace and good order will keep us. Materials. The materials of this new development, supposed to be heritage area, should be contrast with the original materials of the homes. They're made out of aluminium, so don't even look like any of our homes, and no attempt to make them look like them. So how can it be put in a heritage zone? Because no one else can. So I'll leave with a conclusion. The proposed development, I believe, does not comply with the legislation requirements, particularly if called a motel. The non-compliance includes the structures I've pointed out do not comply, and their proportional use further if the development were to proceed, it would be extremely determinant to the surrounding environment in a residential heritage area environment and the social sense. It would be extremely detrimental in all of the matters. Again, we were only given 5 days because we've changed the things, so it's a bit hard to really do a really good submission. And I'll finish up with this. I intend to instruct a specialist law firm to prepare an objection, if necessary, to the Land and Environmental Court. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, for that presentation. I know you put certainly a lot of time and effort in that. Councillors, we now have our second public speaker. I'd like to invite Joan up to the lectern, and same thing, Joan, approximately about 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when 4 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak concerning this development, proposed development. I present you with a document that I would like to congratulate you on. Blayney Council was instrumental in preparing this document about Blayney's Heritage Walk, and the brochure was developed in conjunction with Blayney Shire Council and the volunteers from Blayney Tourist and Community Information Centre. Heritage building information obtained from Blayney Heritage Study for Blayney Shire Council was done by Murphy Proprietary Limited, etc. Reference material used The King's Colonials by Gary Reynolds, and special thanks to Harris Redhead for permission to reproduce this drawing depicting Blayney heritage buildings, etc. All drawings remain the property of Harris Redhead. I believe he was a doctor, a very talented doctor, an artist. But I wanted to present this to you because obviously what we're talking about is the area surrounded by our Heritage Walk as outlined in this document. And as this particular document is referring to the proposed development, I wanted to draw on your sympathy in terms of what you had previously predetermined, and indicate to you that it should indeed still be a heritage area. I was going to talk about the history of the DA, but I don't really think I have enough time to do that. The COVID threat, emergence of new variants of the COVID virus, is very necessary to consider at this point. and the heritage homes in a heritage area environment. I would just like to again refer to this document, because what you're talking about is the internal area surrounded by this very, very precious heritage area. So I'll leave all the details of the application. I'd like to start with the history that the Blayney Chronicle published. There was a photo of the site. It was published on January the 19th, 2020, and it had a photo of the site, and it stated that up to 98 motel rooms planned for the old building club site, stated that the initial development will be created around supplying mainly single bed units for the mining and infrastructure employees working on either the Cadia expansion, the Flyers Creek wind farm, or the McPhillamys gold project. And I believe that Newcrest has vital interest in this application. As Peter indicated, the units are unclassified dwellings, prefabricated, usually used for miners and workers in isolated areas, commonly known as dongas. They have interconnected rooms with 3 common walls. These walls are of 3.6mm plywood with vinyl cladding. They do not meet the requirements of any fire building code. The bedrooms are approximately 6 square metres. A motel requires approximately twice as many square metres for one person. It cannot be called a caravan park either. The site has a 2B classification, so a caravan park is prohibited, as well as presenting problems including increased traffic movement, noise, lighting, and peace and order problems. COVID-19 now presents new and more serious problems. The interacting modules are a real problem for the emergent COVID crisis we're facing. The virus is spreading throughout the air at the moment. States are developing quarantine hub plans. For example, Queensland's Doncaster Barracks is a
Minute to go, Joan. 1 minute, thank you.
Only 1 minute. Oh,
Yes,
I'll have
please.
to leave all that.
Sorry to rush you, but it's...
That's all right. Okay, I'll refer now to the numbers of pupils who access their schools via the footpaths outside the site. School buses currently pick children up. The buses also transport the miners. This would be a wonderful transmission of the virus as we know in its emergent state. Casual contact numbers could be enormous in Blayney. It's critical that proposed development be looked at again in terms of health and safety. I live in a heritage home. The member for Bathurst, Paul O'Toole, stated in 2015, "Our history and heritage are core elements in our local community, and it is vital we protect and conserve our heritage in honour of our forebears and for the benefit of generations to come." So that I've researched material indicating the importance of these homes. I haven't time to go into that area now, but what I'm saying is, imagine the effect of floodlights over our historic homes, similar to the splatter of light reflecting off the Nestle building. More than 90 air conditioner units running at the same time are right up against homes. Workers' boots will contribute to noise pollution, as masters exhibit via the wooden walkways in front of each donka. Individuals in the community can spread the disease unknowingly. We are correctly advised to assume that everyone in the community is infected, to remind us to wear our masks. There are spreaders in the community with no symptoms, or people infecting others before symptoms are apparent, and thus spreading the virus to all at home and multiple others in the community. Significantly, COVID is already identified in Blayney. All over the world, people are experiencing a wave after wave of the pandemic. We cannot predict what other environmental disasters Blayney residents will be called on to live through. And finally, we in Blayney always show our concern for and support of neighbours. We work towards the common good. Please do not destroy any facet of the inclusions inside Blayney Heritage Walk. The proposed DA must be developed outside our Blayney Heritage Walk. I believe this most sincerely, and I present again our Heritage Walk as you prepared it, showing you that the area concerned is indeed right in the middle of our Heritage Walk. I'd like to say a lot more. I have a lot more prepared, but time forbids.
Thank you very much for your presentation this evening, making the effort to come. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, we do have one more public forum presentation in regards to this item. I'd like to invite David Walker up to the microphone. Thanks, David. Approximately 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you've got a minute to go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And also I'd like to extend my thanks to you all for the time you've taken over the last few weeks to get your head around what's being proposed here and to take the time to come to the site and to talk to us about what's being proposed. And I'd also like to extend that thanks to the council staff who've done an excellent job of preparing and assessing this application and preparing a report. We've been through their report in detail and are very satisfied with the assessment they've done, with the recommendations they've made, and with the draft conditions of approval that they've put forward. We're quite comfortable with what's been required of us in terms of a recommendation, and make every commitment to ensure that those conditions can be satisfied. I guess I'd like to start by saying this is a fantastic opportunity for the town of Blayney. It's a good opportunity for investment in the area. As we all know, there's a huge demand for tourist and visitor accommodation in the region at the moment, not least as a result of all the investment that various companies are making in the region in terms of large infrastructure projects. And this we make no bones about the fact that this scheme responds to that demand, and we're looking to make an investment in the communities to work off the back of that demand. It took a lot of time to identify a site that was suitable. Finding somewhere close to services, close to businesses that would support this kind of business was a key objective of the original site selection. And this site in the centre of town, well located for local businesses, well located for local services, was highly desirable. There's already been a lot of discussion between the applicant and various local businesses, including the local linen services, local pubs and restaurants, about synergies that can be entered into, agreements that can be entered into to really provide flow-on benefits to the local economy. We certainly acknowledge that there has been some concerns from the community about what's been proposed, but we're confident that the application that we put before you addresses those concerns, and that any sort of residual impacts can be adequately dealt with. As I said, there's a range of conditions there that have been suggested. One of those includes a plan of management, which we're committed to working with council staff to ensure that there is a really robust document there that the community can have confidence in, that the site will be well managed, and that there'll be opportunities, if any issues do arise, for those to be worked through. Certainly there's a commitment to meet all required standards to develop and operate this facility in accordance with all requirements. And I guess in the final thing I'd like to say is that this is a development that's here for the long haul. It's here as a part of the community and as an investment in the community. So we'd ask for your support tonight, and thank you again for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you, David, for your presentation. Okay, councillors, that concludes the public forum in regards to item 10, the motel accommodation issue. I'd like to now hand over the chair to my Deputy Mayor, as I have declared pecuniary conflict of interest in this next matter that the public forum relates to. So I'll now ask the Deputy Mayor to take the chair.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could I please have it noted the Mayor has left the chamber as he has declared an interest in the following items on the agenda that I'll be chairing. The public forum this evening, fellows, in regard to the DA item 7 on our agenda this evening, DA 60-2020, 61 Forest East Road. My apologies. Items 2 and 3, the rescission motion and also the notice of motion, as I said before, DA 60/2020 subdivision. The first speaker in the public forum this evening is David Dixon. I'd like to call David forward. Thank you, David. David, you have 5 minutes and I'll give you a warning or thereabouts around the 4-minute mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The first question, as you're aware, I was here last meeting on this very same matter, and the first thing that came to mind immediately is, why are we here again discussing this issue? There was a quorum at the last meeting, all the councillors were able to be here, were able to vote, voted on the matter, there was lengthy discussion on it and it was rejected, and yet one of the councillors who actually voted against it then decided to put in a rescission motion. I understand rescission motions quite the form in local government, whatever, but they're normally when someone who is on the side that feels they haven't had a fair hearing or the matters haven't been fairly discussed are then put forward. But it just seems an unusual thing that it's almost like we're having a 2 out of 3 vote on this matter until we get the right result. The last time I was here, as you probably remember, I spoke on what I referred to as a seeming, what seems to me anyway, I live near the area, total incongruity of putting in a fairly intensive subdivision like this in what has always been a semi-rural area on the western side of Millthorpe. And also spoke of what I perceive to be the extensive costs that will accrue to the ratepayers of Millthorpe and to the government to pay for the works, the electricity, the poles, the roads and whatever that'll have to go in there. I know the developer's been levied a certain amount of this cost, but I don't think I wouldn't guess it'd be something any more than 10% of the actual cost that ratepayers will ultimately bear for this subdivision. The only people that seem to want the subdivision are the developers themselves. The village committee opposes it. They're not a radical group, the Millthorpe Village Committee, and even Blayney's own council settlement strategy doesn't include this area as a type of place for a development like this should go. I also noted, when I went back and had a look at the development in more detail, some of the blocks are almost as low as 600 square metres. Now that's something in the order of, someone who's old enough, remember it, of 1/8 of an acre. Now that's a very small that's a very small lot size for what has always been a semi-rural area, 5 or 6 10-acre blocks like ours, that kind of thing. To have then include 500 square metre developments, which seems very intense subdivision, urban subdivision for an area like that. I understand that the Millthorpe Village Plan includes developments of that size, but that was at a time when Millthorpe was perceived to be suffering from an ageing, decreasing population. It's certainly not the case now. Millthorpe is growing. It's growing very quickly, and COVID is only going to increase the call on areas, suburbs, villages like Millthorpe to take more people. Just for instance, a school, when my eldest son first started there 25 years ago, it had 90 students in about 3 classes. Now the school went out, my youngest son left about 20 years later, it had 320 students and about 12 different classes. They're building a new school there. That's how quickly it's growing. They're building a whole new block. The problem with Millthorpe is not that it's not growing, it's got an ageing population. It's that it's in danger of growing too quickly and for it to becoming just another McMansion subdivision area because people need places to live. It's a beautiful place, but you don't want its success to destroy it. There are other issues to do with it, which I said I referred to last time, as to do with incongruity. I looked at the DCP and they refer to things like pattern and character. and they're in precise terms that better do with whether it fits in with the normal historical references of the area. You could look at proximity, character and location. Now, it just doesn't fit on all three grounds. You could say it fails on those. As I said, talked before, I talked about the flooding that we suffered in 2010 when the road was raised and the sag point of the road was put outside our house. I wasn't exaggerating whether it's treacherous. My wife has suffered a number of injuries requiring doctor's treatment and x-rays and things when she slipped on the area where the drains are, where the things are. Now, the work put in by council, and we appreciate that, was to alleviate that problem. But that work is only for a 50-year flood, and that was not, when those flood plans were done, they had no plans for 20 or 30 houses going in, literally say another acre of runoff of land, or the drains that come from there. That'll only make the flooding on our place worse. And I understand that flood studies haven't actually been done. I'll be about another 10 seconds if I can. The flood studies haven't actually been done for this development yet. Now, I think if you're going to go ahead with it, it's going to be approved. All the flood studies and flood mitigation work has to be worked out first, because I hate to see the same mistake again. Thank you.
Our second speaker for the public forum this evening is Tim Kelly. Tim, if you'd like to come forward, thank you. And Tim, I'll give you a heads up at 4 minutes.
Hear me? Well, it's been a long 5 years for all of you, I think. 1 year longer than you were elected to. Maybe the mandate's gone from that period when you were elected to this council. And right on the death knell, less than 2 months away, is the next election. And this is, well, I've seen a lot of contentious issues across Blayney Council over nearly 20 years, usually as a journalist. In fact, I'm sure I've attended more council meetings in the last 20 years than anybody else in this room. And there have been big contentious issues, and for Millthorpe, this is one of the most, because it goes against the tenor of what the village is about. Over a long period of time, there was a huge fight. It started way back in the early 90s when the council had a heritage report before it identifying 310 items across the Shire, and it responded by nominating 13 out of all those. Things have got better. In Millthorpe, we worked to get a conservation zone. We worked to get a decent development control plan. The council published 50, I think, copies of that development control plan. They were all taken from the post office, and at the end of the process, there was no objection. And the development control plan actually brought into place a serious range of items to help maintain the status of Millthorpe. And that status as a heritage village was established way back in the 70s when the National Trust identified the village as significant. So I must say, looking at this subdivision, I can't believe it. I can't believe it's got this far. It's completely out of character with the village. I would assume that if all these blocks are built, large numbers of children will be living down there. They will be the furthest in the village away from the one playground sports area that the village has. They will be getting themselves to school around the viaduct where there's significant traffic, and there will be significant traffic because there's, 23 blocks? I mean, there's nothing in Millthorpe with this density anywhere. Yes, there is. There are 3 houses that are probably about 15 feet wide up in Pilcher Street. And apart from that, we're talking about quarter-acre blocks, a bit smaller, some a bit bigger. So what I want to put to you is that it's 5 years, it's a contentious issue. This issue should be decided by a new vote, a new election, which is coming up soon. And I would recommend that you think seriously about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Third speaker to the public forum this evening is Russell Keogh. Thank you, Russell.
Thanks, councillors, and congratulations because you've attracted more people tonight than the Swans did last night. The development proposal for 61 Forest Reefs Road should be opposed because of 3 main reasons. 1, the Office of Local Government states that as a councillor, you are expected to respect the views of your community while making decisions in their interests. Voting for this motion, you are putting the interests of one developer above those of the majority of the community. Number 2, the Planning Department's report to Council fails to provide any expert independent evidence to support their assertions in the report. There is no independent analysis commissioned to quantify issues regarding topography, water, traffic management, noise and pollution. 3, the report fails to address the key planning principles and objectives contained in Council's own Settlement Strategy 2020, the Development Control Plan 2018, and the Local Environment Plan 2012. I wish to make it very clear that the majority of ratepayers respect the right of the landowners to apply to develop their land. What most people are objecting to is the scale, the size and the type of development proposed and its impact on Millthorpe's residents and businesses. Reduce the number of blocks, increase the asking price, and no one would object. My specific objections are these. The settlement strategy's guiding principles relate to diversity of dwelling types, housing affordability, logical growth, and they all clearly fail when lined up against the Cheney Vale proposal. The development report includes a bird's eye view of the proposed subdivision, but no elevation drawings that would give ratepayers a more realistic view of why and how this development would look. The development report to Council did include one independent report, that of its heritage advisor. The advisor's concerns, in my opinion, were essentially dismissed as being based on old documents. The development application report to Council provides no independent assessment as to the housing demand within the designated village heritage zone. The developers have not provided any evidence that they have market tested the site in terms of sales and demand. According to Council's DA tracking tool, there are 6 development applications totalling 61 blocks in the pipeline. None are currently fully subscribed. Where is the demand coming from? Council's settlement strategy does stress the need for more diverse housing options. Cheney Vale fails to provide this, and the report to Council fails to consider this key principle. The report to Council inadequately deals with the impact on the natural environment. There is no independent environmental impact study provided and no modern environmental concerns imposed on the potential blocks. The report to Council fails to fully appreciate and quantify the real risk of the effects of water and flooding. Spring Terrace, Spring Grove, Spring Hill are not named after the season. It's because you put a spade in anywhere around Millthorpe and you get water. Council engineers approved the subdivision on the southern side of Forest Reefs Road in the early 2000s. The land was mostly swamp and sprig-fed dams, and they were filled prior to sale.
Thank you, Russell.
Thank you. I'll continue. Families built houses over this land on watercourses and drains. If you look at the blocks now, they are completely covered. Council's engineers similarly approved developments in Stabbock Street and failed to take into account where the water came from in those. After thousands of dollars trying to rectify, you've just moved the water down to Richards Lane, which now floods. The land designated as Block 1 on the original Cheney Vale plan contained a dam that was filled in 2020. The original DA Block 1 was reserved as a water retention dam of 1,665 square metres. In the revised DA, mysteriously, Block 1 is reduced in size, and the council report acknowledges that there are huge unresolved water and flooding issues. In conclusion, in the 155 years that the Millthorpe has been developed, it has grown and expanded. Is Blayney Shire to become a shire of subdivisions or a shire of historic villages? The process needs to be looked at fully. In Saturday's Sydney Morning Herald, there were a number of questions posed about developments, and I appeal to all of you to read those and to reject this development application.
Thank you, Russell. Speaker 4 for the public forum this evening is Kelly Wood. Thank you, Kelly.
Good evening. I'm going to read out to you. I started a petition about 3 weeks ago, so I want to read out what I put on the petition and what people have signed. Let's stand together, don't abandon Millthorpe. Millthorpe is a unique historical village at an altitude of 965 metres. It experiences mild summers, cool autumns and cold, sometimes snowy winters. It is home to many grand heritage buildings, quaint historical cottages and many majestic, colourful and exotic trees. Millthorpe's unique heritage village atmosphere is enhanced by its bluestone curbs, country pubs, cafes, specialist boutiques, shops, restaurants and verandas that shelter its walkways. The village is surrounded by land where children play and paddocks where horses, sheep and cattle graze. It is this combination of open space, both within and encircling the village, that attracts families for its unique and uncluttered lifestyle and beauty, and its many varied tourists. The village of Millthorpe, as we know it, is now at risk. On Monday, the 28th of June 2021, councillors at Blayney Shire Council voted against an application to develop and subdivide 3.6 hectares of green space at the south-east corner of the village for the construction of 23 medium-density residential lots for housing. The application was for 23 dwellings on less than 10 acres, many of the proposed lots being less than 600 metres squared. The vote against that development is now the subject of a motion to rescind. Blayney Council will soon have another meeting tonight to vote on this application to allow this proposed intensive development and construction of up to 23 residences in our historical and unique village. Do you want the unique beauty and character of our village retained? If you want Millthorpe to retain its uniqueness, its charm, historic authenticity and beauty, while supporting thoughtful and creative development, please sign this petition. This petition does not oppose sensitive development of the space 61 Forest Reefs Road, but it does oppose the medium density development currently proposed. I checked the numbers just before I came in this evening and we were up to 519 signatures. This was only available on Facebook. It was only available on social media. I didn't do any door knocking and there wasn't any paper petition available. So this was really a straw poll of what people were thinking. I've got more to add. Millthorpe is one of the last places where residents and travellers alike may see people riding a horse in or around the main street or elsewhere within the village. Only recently, many hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent on the beautification of the village oval, a restoration of the heritage nature of that common area within the village. The village oval was not only restored at a substantial cost to be used by residents and visitors to Millthorpe, but also to display its heritage beauty, a reminder of quieter times, a reminder of the historical significance of this village. It welcomes residents and visitors alike as they drive under the canopy of London plane trees, lining the roadway into the village. The village does not oppose development per se. We accept that appropriate development that is consistent with the heritage status of the town, that is sympathetic to both its rural and built environment, should be allowed to proceed. But let's be clear. If this current application is consented to, that is, if council votes to allow it without amendment, it will be the green light to developing all the remaining green spaces, those paddocks that are fenced with post and rail, both within and adjacent to the village boundaries. Just because the local planning environmental instruments now amended may allow such development, that does not mean council should meekly accept all development proposals. Each proposal should be considered on its merits, with proper regard to how the proposed development fits in with the heritage status of the village, the built environment of the village.
4 minutes, Kelly.
That is, its houses, shops and open spaces. If council, like we residents and business owners, wish to enhance and preserve the unique values and beauty of Millthorpe, it will agree that this proposal is entirely inconsistent with the amenity and the unique village atmosphere. I urge council not to abandon Millthorpe and to reject the development proposal in its current form. Thank you.
Fifth speaker this evening to the public forum is Kate Hanson. Thank you, Kate.
So I'm just going to disclose before I start talking, in case I start coughing profusely, I have had a cold for over a week and I tested negatively for COVID on Friday. So just in case you were cautious of my coughing. Okay, firstly, 9 houses. This is how many houses are in the current settlement pattern along this road in the same land size of the proposed development. The development consists of 22 blocks in an area of 26,000 square metres. The complete existing subdivision along Forest Reefs Road consists of 18 houses in an area of 82,000 square metres. This development is over 3 times as dense as what currently exists. To say that this development is the same as to what already exists is incorrect and misleading. Under the Development Plan 2018, Section F2, Site Planning and General Subdivision Requirements, I don't feel it adheres to the point, integrate with the existing and/or desired subdivision pattern of the area, nor to the point, which is to avoid or minimise impacts of natural hazards, stormwater and drainage, which brings me to my next point. You are willing to approve an engineering design that is yet to be complete. When the land is developed, 70% of this land will now be run off instead of being absorbed by the land. The land already has drainage issues and in its current state. The developer then leaves with the council now responsible for maintenance and upkeep of a retention basin, fences and trees. You have made the conditions to make the development more palatable to the village and heritage advisor, yet are signing up for perpetual costs. You already have a clear legacy of unsustainable development in Staback and Unwin Street with significant remediation. How will this basin affect the current neighbours? Will we be left with living next to a stagnant pool of water, harbouring mosquitoes and snakes in summer? And lastly, this is not solely about one development. This is a test case and sets the precedent for all future developments to come. It would be foolish to think there aren't developers waiting to see what comes of this before they act. You have had other rezoning recently in areas that are key village locations. You have known that Millthorpe Village needs to grow. Why has there not been consultation with architectural and landscape designers to develop a concept plan on how to grow Millthorpe in a sustainable, sympathetic and respectful way? This development allows for a cash grab with no forethought or vision or how the village should grow in the future. If this is what is put forth by long-term members of the community, one can only imagine what will proceed by someone with no interest in the town. This is an inconsiderate design with no consideration for the village or the people who live here, and will open the floodgates for a complete pillage of the village in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next speaker in the public forum is Stephen Hurt. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you for your time, Council. Whenever there is change, any kind of change, there will be those that are for, those that are against, and those that just don't care. I think Council is getting the drift of what the people of Millthorpe would like to see in our area. The only people that are in support of this development are the developers. The community itself wants no part of it. It's not that we can't tolerate change. Change is inevitable and it's going to happen in some way, shape or form. But I would like to raise a number of issues regarding this change. One is that the density of this development is not in line with the character of the community as it stands or where it would like to be. Two are the challenges that are a result from its location and the size of the blocks. I mean, in reality, some of those blocks are smaller than blocks you would buy in suburban Sydney. What is it that we're trying to create here? The challenges that I see are multiple, but it basically comes down to the small children that are going to be accessing the school and the village from a very challenging location. And if anybody has tried to park in Millthorpe on the weekend, you will realise just what sort of density and access issues I'm talking about. Now, children coming in along that main road to the school, or children getting access to the village in non-school times. What has Council considered in terms of providing infrastructure to make that occur in a safe fashion without parental supervision for every single access? I look at that place as it is now and wonder, has anybody thought about how this community is going to interact with its children to access to the village, its children to access to the school, and how are we going to live in it when you can barely get parking in it 3 days out of 7 now? What sort of density are we looking for in a rural village? I don't want to live in a little Sydney, and I think if you listen to the undercurrent of all the representatives from our community, you'll be flat out finding anybody who does. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Our next speaker to the public forum is Christine
and good evening. I'm not against growth or progress. I think growth is inevitable. It is good. However, and obviously we've all come here to live in Millthorpe because it's a lovely place, it's a wonderful place to raise your children. Children still play on the street. We keep an eye on each other and the children that we see. However, to say no to progress, it's like telling refugees they can't come to Australia, but let's not go there. All we want is that the development needs to be in keeping with the character of the village. So, you're here to serve the needs of the community. I think we have spoken, and I hope you hear us. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Next speaker in the public forum is Brent Poll. Thank you, Brent.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time. I've travelled the world and I've seen many heritage villages, and I've stayed in many, but I'm not going to put an argument to you tonight. There's been many people before me, and there'll be many more after me, that'll argue why this development doesn't suit Millthorpe. What I'd like to put to you is, you all represent the people here. You represent this community. Firstly, there's very obviously a groundswell of issues and objections to this development. I hear tonight this has been going on for years, but the groundswell, as I see it, has only been the last few months. So maybe we need to think about our communication strategy, because once a whole group of people know what's going on, suddenly we're all pretty excited about it. Did I hear that more than 500 adults signed the petition against this development? When you think about it, there's 1,200 and something people in Millthorpe. Half of them are going to be children, so the majority of adults in Millthorpe have signed a petition against this development. Again, I'd ask you to listen to the community, listen to the needs of the people, listen to what they have to say, and if you're harbouring any doubts or you're concerned about whether this should go ahead, we can sort that out in 2 or 3 months. Make your position known and we'll all vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Next speaker in the public forum is Rachel Gordon. Thank you, Rachel.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to find out how we got here, I decided to look back. So I looked back in 2012, the population growth we're experiencing now was deemed unsustainable in the 2012 Blayney Shire Settlement Strategy. The 2021 projected population was 1,180 and seen as beyond unsustainable. According to the ABS, by 2016 we had a population of 1,253. In that same settlement strategy, the land in question is highlighted as being an allotment appropriate for future investigation village zone. And correct me if my dates are wrong. Around 2017, the application for a planning proposal is put forward to rezone the land to allow for future subdivision should the rezoning occur. The developers advised council the concept plan of 19 additional lots is a worst case scenario, and all wording from Blayney Shire Council addressing points of concern regarding the number of lots is consistent with suggesting that any future DA will remain at 19 lots or less. I refer to the attachments of Council meeting 16th July 2018, page 362. In 2018, the land is rezoned from RU1 primary production to RU5 village. Allowable lot sizes are reduced down to 450 metres squared. Paperwork from the Department of Planning includes the wording to facilitate an additional 19-lot subdivision at 61 Forest Reefs Road. That's the gateway determination dated 26th of June 2018 and the written authorisation to exercise delegation. In 2020, the the updated Blayney Shire Council settlement strategy indicates an additional 370 lots in investigation areas around Millthorpe. In 2012, this land was deemed as a future investigation village zone. Now in 2021, we're discussing a DA that's submitted for a total of 23 lots, which is 3 more than the worst case scenario presented at the rezoning stage. Questions for councillors to consider. Do the current sitting councillors feel, given the above information, that developers have acted ethically and transparently when providing advice back to council addressing residents' concerns with respect to future subdivisions at this address? Can council categorically deny that any further areas identified as investigation areas in the current settlement strategy won't be developed similar to 61 Forest Reef Road should it be passed tonight? Because based on that, the above timeline, we could have 370 lots by about year 2030. Given the concerns raised tonight, can council honestly feel they are representing the majority of the residents of Millthorpe? And finally, there has been discussion about going to the Land and Environment Court. Under the Blayney LEP 2012 Village Zoning RU5, cellar doors are prohibited in the land use table, but we have 3 of them, which is great. But zoning means there can be exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker to the public forum this evening is Peter Basher. Thank you, Peter. I'll give you the heads up, Peter, at about 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, staff and members of the public. Obviously, I'm here to speak on behalf of the applicants for the 23-lot subdivision at Millthorpe. The DA has actually been recommended for approval. However, at the meeting of the 28th of June, Council voted to refuse the application, and a list of reasons for the refusal were noted in the minutes. I would like to go through each of the reasons and explain why they don't justify refusal of the DA. The first relates to concerns about water management and water logging of lots 2 to 9. In response to this issue, the draft notice of approval for the DA imposes a number of conditions which require compliance with Council's requirements for engineering works. In particular, condition 31 would address any concerns that councillors may have about stormwater management. Just to summarise what this condition requires, Council must assess and approve a detailed engineering design before any works can happen, and this also takes into account the 1 in 100 year flood event in terms of stormwater design. Once the works are underway, Council staff conduct some 17 inspections throughout the construction process, and Council will not accept completion until it has received a works as executed survey to demonstrate that the work has actually been completed in accordance with the design. So in short, the subdivision cannot be released or certified by Council until it has been demonstrated to meet the requirements of all relevant conditions of consent, not just condition 31. Another concern that was raised relates to the removal of trees, and in response to this issue I can only say this, that Council doesn't have a tree preservation order, and there will be some offset to tree removal by the proposed landscape buffers that are now proposed along the eastern and western edges of the site, and also the landscaping of the on-site detention basin reserve. Council also requires the developer to provide street trees throughout the development. In response to the concern raised about weeds, maintenance and fire risks, I suggest that this isn't a matter for consideration in this DA. Firstly, the subject land is not identified as bushfire-prone land, and the residential development of the lots is not unlike residential development that occurs elsewhere across Millthorpe or indeed any other urban or village area. Property owners are responsible for the management of weeds and other maintenance requirements within their own properties. In response to the concern that street lighting does not demonstrate carbon neutrality, the applicant can do no more than comply with the Australian Standard 1185 and the requirements of essential energy. This will include PE cells for light-sensitive switching and the use of LED lamps. There is also concern, and this is the big one that's come up tonight, there's also concern that the density of lots 2 to 9 along the western edge of the site is too great in comparison to the existing development that lies to the west along Forest Reefs Road. In response, we say that the density is satisfactory. Firstly, Council's LEP actually allows us to create lots down to 450 square metres. These lots 2 to 9 are much larger and range from 585 to 720 square metres. Secondly, lots 2 to 9 will actually sit in a different streetscape to and be around the corner from the houses along Forest Reefs Road. Further, the OSD basin, which is essentially an open space area that will be landscaped, reinforces this visual break between the Forest Reefs Road properties and the new lots. Lots 2 to 9 are large enough to provide reasonable or good residential amenity. At 18 metres wide, they are not much narrower than the properties along Forest Reefs Road. Due to their width, they have been assessed to achieve a 5-star rating for solar access to internal and external areas, and ample opportunity exists in each of those lots to achieve reasonable setbacks from the front, side and rear boundaries. The final issue is that the subdivision there was concern that the subdivision involves 3 lots at the southern end of the site, which weren't included in the original concept for rezoning.
It's 4 minutes, Peter.
Thank you. In response to that, I would just say, look, the rezoning proceeded on the basis of a 450 square metre minimum lot size. Technically, the opportunity was available to bring this DA to council with a subdivision pattern that focused on lots with a minimum lot size of 450 square metres. However, it doesn't. The smallest lot in this subdivision is 585 square metres, which is already 30% larger than the minimum lot size, and lot sizes range up to 1485 square metres. The average lot size across the subdivision is about 850 square metres, and this calculation does not include the house lot or the large lot in the southern end of the site, which would actually skew the average lot size to much more than 850 square metres. So in conclusion, the reasons that were noted in the minutes of the last meeting do not warrant refusal of the DA. Despite the objections to this development, and I respect them, it must be stated and understood that this DA complies with Council's planning provisions. It's been assessed that way rigorously by Council staff, and the applicant has responded reasonably to various requests to change certain aspects of the design. As a result, Council's professional staff have recommended approval of the DA, and we ask that Council adopt this recommendation. And councillors, if I may just have one other thing, just to respond to a few things that were said earlier. There was something that was said that the cost of the development is going to be borne by government and council agencies. The cost of the development is at the full cost to the developer, not council, not any other government agency. And on top of those costs, the developer also has to pay developer contributions of $144,000. And the final point is the application actually predates the 2020 settlement strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Lauren. Our final speaker for this evening in the public forum is Lynn Mortimer. Thank you, Lynn.
Evening, everyone. Firstly, I would like to note we have not made any comment and remained silent to this point as we felt it was both relevant and necessary to let this subdivision take its due course for recommendation. However, in light of recent misconceptions directed towards our subdivision, thought it was necessary to clarify our motivation and stance. The decision both my husband and I made over 24 years ago to go out on a limb, take a huge financial risk and purchase our then 18-acre property, and the further decision in 2016 to independently begin the process of rezoning and then develop our land was not a decision we took lightly. We were warned we would face hurdles along the way. That was true. Perhaps naively, we did think better of a select few who have endeavoured to spread misinformation throughout our community. However, with the risk of our village becoming stagnant, continual positive encouragement and support, a genuine love of Millthorpe, and an honest belief in the need to move forward, we made the decision to commit and pursue our goal. When searching to find a small, manageable, low-maintenance block of land for one of our elderly parents several years ago, it became very obvious to us there was a strong demand with an extremely limited supply for our ageing population to still comfortably live in the village. On the other hand, it was evident that due to the recent infill of residential blocks within the village zone, there was and is still a critical shortage of larger lifestyle family blocks. For the past 5 years, we have worked with Council's professional town planning staff and employed the skills of a highly respected, professional and well-credentialed independent town planner to get this right. As this is our home, the lure of producing in excess of 40 blocks at the permissible lot size of 450 square metres in our front paddock did not at any stage sound appealing to us. During these 5 years, there have been endless meetings, continuous emails backward and forward, and many compromises made in an effort to submit what we, many of our community, our town planner, and Council's planning staff believe to be an extremely conservative way forward to ensure the steady growth of our village. Despite what some choose to believe, we who live in Millthorpe are not elite. It is a privilege to live here, and anyone deserves the right to live here. Progress is impossible without change. It is also not inevitable, and it's up to us to create. For all of you involved in producing our submission, including the many Millthorpe people who have directly contacted us pledging their support over the past weeks and days, we are extremely grateful. In saying that, the financial commitment and emotional cost of this journey has been extensive. However, right from the beginning, we were, and still are, totally committed to seeing this through to the final approval. We appreciate people have the right to object. To those vocal minority who have expressed their ill-informed untruths, slightly absurd and unfounded objections, it is against my better judgment to acknowledge you. However, I do question your real motivation and genuine interest in preserving the heritage of our village.
It's 4 minutes, Lynn.
Dare I say, this could be a mask behind which you hide, as it appears, and I quote, "The financial gain to the developer is far more of a concern to you, and this is a matter which is of no relevance in this planning process." In closing, I would like to make some obvious yet overlooked observations. We have all, including Council's planning staff, worked extremely hard to ensure this project is sympathetic, is supported and complies with all relevant provisions of the Blayney LEP, DCP and settlement strategy. We also note that the engineering, environmental sustainability and infrastructure should be left to those suitably qualified professionals to be employed and do their part in due course. I request that rather than assume a negative outlook for this modest subdivision, that perhaps adopting a more positive vision for this development would be a better way moving forward.
5 minutes, Lynn.
I also ask you to remember this quote: "Those who reject change are indeed the architects of a stagnant society." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Fellow councillors, that concludes our public forum to the item in question this evening. Thank you very much for your patience and interest in all the speakers this evening, and we appreciate your interest and concern in this DA. Fellow councillors, item 2 on the agenda this evening is notice of rescission. Could I have a mover to move that way? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kingham. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Newstead. Councillors, I have a mover and a second for that. Are there any questions or comments? If there isn't, thank you, Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I am surprised, and I suppose you could just say surprised with this rescission motion after the large amount of debate that took place with regard to this motion. It is the right of councillors, I suppose, to put in a rescission motion, but it's disappointing that all of that debate has gone to waste. But I suppose we'll see what happens with the rescission motion, and then we'll see whether we have to re-debate this issue again. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. And no other questions or comments in regard to the rescission motion. Councillors, I will ask for a division, so if you would please raise your hand when you are voting. I ask for those in favour of the rescission motion. Thank you. Then you have Councillor Newstead, Councillor Denton, Councillor Kingham, and myself, Councillor Ewan. Thank you. Those not in favour of the rescission motion, would you please raise your hand? Thank you. And we have Councillor Somerville and Councillor Reynolds. Thank you. Fellow councillors, the rescission motion has been moved and successful, so I would ask you then to move into the next item on the agenda, which is a notice of motion, and I shall read it to you in regard, and it's point 1 and 2, that Council's consent to development application DA 60/2020 for 23 lot Torrens title subdivision of 61 Forest Street Road, Millthorpe, being lot 286 DP 1018875, subject to recommended conditions. And point 2, that an amended road naming application is submitted for consideration in accordance with Council's road, street, bridge and names policy. Fellow councillors, do I have someone that is prepared to move that motion for... Thank you, Councillor Newstead. Do I have a seconder, fellow councillors? Thank you, Councillor Kingham. The motion is now available for discussion, so do I have any questions or comments, fellow councillors, in regard to the motion that stands before us? Thank you, Councillor Kingham.
Mr Chairman, I'd like to describe the Millthorpe that I grew up in. I think we've got an apprehension here that Millthorpe is a historic town that's not growing, but the reality is that it's growing very quickly. One of the reasons why Millthorpe is growing quickly, there's 2 reasons really. The first one was when Ian Armstrong, the Minister for Agriculture, decided to move the Department of Agriculture from Rawson Place in Sydney to Orange. That brought in a lot of high quality, educated, high salaried people, and it made a tremendous difference to Millthorpe as a town. The second thing was, in this chamber, in the late 80s, I was serving with Ian Mortimer, and Ian suggested that Millthorpe should have a sewage system. That was opposed by the people of Millthorpe, but Councillor John Davis, as Mayor, managed to get the sewage system implemented. And that increased the size of Millthorpe enormously, because all of a sudden, instead of the bowling club and the area down in that street being inundated with refuse, it became a very pleasant place to live. When I went to school in Millthorpe, there were 4 teachers and 95 pupils. And now there's that many pupils that the school has to refuse entry. So Millthorpe is evolving, and I think that's a good thing. But in this shire, we need people. And for people, we need houses. And that's why I'm in favour of this process. What I would like to ask the Planning Director is, can any of the lots being proposed be further subdivided?
Thank you, Councillor Kingham. Planning Director, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Through Mr Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kingham, in theory, anything above 900 could potentially be subdivided down further. We've considered putting caveats on. It's been recommended to us not to do that. It's also been clarified that a further development application would be needed to do any further subdivision. In the body of the report, it significantly reflects why the larger blocks that, in particular on that eastern and northern front, are larger and why they are considered necessary to be larger, that would need to be considered in any further development application. So I can't sit here with an ironclad guarantee and say, no, it can't happen, but there's other measures that would need to be considered when and if any development application is lodged.
Mr. Chairman, if I could carry on. My preference, if I had a choice, would be for the Manchurian Trees Avenue to be preserved and for probably 6 or 8 houses on either side. However, the reality is that the development is legally allowable, and so that gives me very little opportunity to oppose what I would prefer. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm in favour of the development.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kingham. Fellow councillors, thank you, Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I wish to start this discussion by, again, as I said in the last council meeting, I'm not anti-development. I'd like to see our shire grow and encourage development. It has to be sustainable development though, and I personally believe that this is overdevelopment on this particular site. As I stated in the previous discussion in the last council, I do have a number of issues. As has been brought up tonight, water. If anyone drives over there at the moment, they will see what I mean. This area is very, very wet, and in a wet winter, like we're just encountering, we will have major problems. Those that potentially buy those blocks will potentially have major problems. Many of the comments, including the neighbours, centre on whether a reduction of the number of lots in the subdivision to fit the pattern or the character of the area is possible in that Forest Reefs Road area. Now, today I went on the Valuer General's website and actually had a look at the neighbouring lot sizes. The smallest lot I can find on Forest Reefs Road is 827 square metres, that being 89 Forest Reefs Road. The next smallest is 992 square metres, or 73 Forest Reefs Road is that particular lot. So 2 lots on Forest Reefs Road below 1,000 square metres. Now, many of the lots on the western side of this proposal for the subdivision are below 600 square metres, as has been highlighted by a number of the residents tonight. That's 6 lots out of that, and another 3 are below 630 or up to 630 square metres. So 9 lots below 630 square metres. That is not in the pattern, it's not in the characteristic of Forest Reefs Road, and therefore it will stand out like a pimple on a pumpkin. That it is totally different and not connected or in the pattern or characteristic of Forest Reefs Road. The next issue is my concern with regard to water management. Now, as I mentioned, you really need floaties on at the moment in a lot of that area along Forest Reefs Road. There's just a lot of freestanding water on some of those blocks that previous councils have agreed to subdivide. They are bigger blocks, but boy oh boy, there is some surface water on those at the moment. I find it very hard to agree to a subdivision until a full study of the impact of water on that site is done. The last thing I want is another Unwin or Stabbock Street, which again was mentioned tonight, and as I've mentioned in previous council meeting, that'll cost probably over $1 million to rectify. There's actually, I think, less houses in Unwin and Stabbock Street of new houses in that new development than what is being proposed for this development. So while the developer, as was outlined tonight, will pay for the cost of the stormwater and the streetscape, the developer, and will provide a contribution, as Mr Basher has highlighted tonight, there will still be a huge cost in our community to manage that stormwater once it gets off the site, but also Glen Orry Road and Forest Reefs intersection. It's a terrible intersection at the moment. There needs to be major works, and who's going to have to cover that cost? It's going to have to be council. I do also have major concerns with regard to internal water on this site. From what I see, lot 24 from the southeastern side of the block. Now, there are conditions, as have been highlighted, and I commend the staff on the work that they've done, the level of conditions that they've put up. But in examining the topographic map provided by the New South Wales Government, this water moves down through the current proposed subdivision. The topographic map indicates that water flows through proposed lots 13, 14 and 22. There is also water created from the eastern neighbour, which flows towards block 22 and Glenorrey Road. Now, under condition 42B, it states that any clearing or drainage activities shall not alter the pattern of drainage across the site. Now, that's a condition that our staff have proposed to put on this development. If that was the case, we'd have water flowing through several of the houses. So we're going to have to look at even breaking that condition from the way I read it to actually allow this subdivision to progress. I'm of the belief that a drainage system needs to be installed along the eastern boundary of the project, and condition 42B changed to allow water movement and then that water to move on to Glenorrey Road. Now, I commend council staff. They've been doing some work on Glenorrey Road with regard to drainage over the last few weeks, and that will make the drainage a little bit better. I have concerns, though, about the size of the retention basin, and I know it's only a proposal and there has to be modelling done, and its capacity. Given the very small fall in the land as it goes across Forest Reefs Road and onto the other side and towards the railway track, you would expect that there'd only be a small retention basin. Otherwise, you'd be holding a lot of water in the bottom that could never get out of it. It is therefore possible that that retention basin would have to be expanded and potentially into lot maybe 2 and maybe even 3 to meet the capacity of that 1% flood. I don't think they call it a 1 in 100 year flood anymore. It's a 1% chance each year of that flood occurring. It also concerns me about the impact of flooding on residents downstream of the development along Forest Reefs Road. We only saw recently the impact of backyard flooding by residents here in Blayney when we did some levelling of Napier Oval. So just a minor adjustment on Napier Oval to level it, we saw some backyard flooding there. Now, we've heard again tonight from Mr Dixon on the subdivision, and he raised a number of issues, but particularly on his impact on his property downstream of this development. So with the amount of roof space, bitumen, concrete, etc., there's going to be a huge amount of discharge or potential discharge during flooding. So I haven't been able to ascertain if there is actually a study to actually ascertain what impact will occur to neighbours, and there are only 2 or 3 downstream at this stage, even though there are a couple of new houses being proposed. So I'm really concerned about potential impact, not just on the residents or proposed residents or potential residents in this subdivision, but also on neighbours downstream. My next area of concern is the evapotranspiration sink, all of those pine trees along the driveway. At the moment, they're a huge sink, they're a huge pump that's sucking water up out of the ground and keeping the water table down. If you go to remove all of those pine trees on those small blocks, I am really worried that within a few years, with the loss of those pumps, and there are a large number of them, that you will actually potentially get some waterlogging on the lots of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. While there is a proposed stormwater drain from what I can see, it's unlikely to have much, if any, impact on that groundwater. I also have concerns about the proposed management of vegetation along the eastern boundary and potentially the western boundary, and I consider that weeds are a big problem. Who's going to maintain those boundaries outside the fence? I have seen numerous subdivisions over many years where the maintenance hasn't been undertaken, and so you are creating a potential problem for the neighbours and also for organisations like the County Council to have to try and manage those vegetation strips, very small vegetation strips, but potentially with blackberries. I'd also like to highlight, and again, the street lighting, and I know that the proponent is proposing to comply with the Australian standard, But personally, I'd love them to go further, and if it was permissible, to look at some form of solar lighting project similar to what is there at the underpass already on either side of the railway underpass, to try and get towards that carbon neutrality that we're trying to get. And even tonight, in a later motion on this council or recommendation, we'll be talking about that carbon neutrality. I am also concerned, and one other issue offside or outside of this development is infrastructure. We seem to be very keen to allow Millthorpe to grow, but we're not providing community infrastructure of any large nature. Pretty well every other village in our shire has a hall or has a community centre like here in Blayney, but there's nothing like that in Millthorpe. We've been shown with COVID that you can't use facilities like the school. So realistically, if councillors are to approve this tonight, then councillors should also be seriously thinking about how, and I'm not talking about hundreds of thousands, I'm talking about millions of dollars to improve the infrastructure of Millthorpe and the Millthorpe community to bring it partially close to a standard of Blayney. I'm not saying at the same standard, I'm not talking about a swimming pool, but some form of community facility should be looked at seriously if we want Millthorpe to continue to grow at the current pace. I'm sure we're going to find more out about that with the study that's currently underway into the main street and the Millthorpe village, but it needs to be considered and put on the record that we just can't keep developing Millthorpe without providing infrastructure and community infrastructure to match up with those continued developments, and also the high level of rate and charges for things like sewage connection, which are nearly double compared to Blayney. I think that will pretty well sum it up, that while I am not anti-development, I just think it's too overdeveloped. There are too many lots proposed, particularly for the western side, and I will not be supporting this recommendation tonight. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. Fellow councillors, further questions or comments? Thank you, Councillor Somerville.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I hope you can hear me, and my apologies for not being able to be present in person at the meeting tonight. I didn't expect a second opportunity to explain my opposition to this DA, but given the opportunity, I will do so. Certainly, as was apparent from the public forum tonight, this has generated a lot of interest and a lot of strong emotion, both for and against the development. I said when this came before us at our last council meeting that it was a seminal moment in the development of Millthorpe. And I'd like to just state that again. I think this is how we decide this tonight will set precedents and patterns for future subdivisions on the peri-urban area of Millthorpe. There are a couple of comments that have been made tonight, which I'd like to sort of query or challenge. One comment that Councillor Kingham made a little while ago was that he feels it's a bit dense, but because it's legally allowable, he feels he needs to support it. Now, I don't agree with that. If it was not legally allowable, then it wouldn't be coming before us tonight at all. Whether it should be, it needs to be legally allowable, obviously, but whether it should be supported is another matter. That depends on an assessment of the particular merits of the application against the criteria set out in the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. That's the first thing. The second thing, the comments have been made about the 450 square metre minimum lot size in this zone. That doesn't mean that someone who puts in an application to subdivide land in this zone has an entitlement to subdivide down to 450 square metres. All it means is you can't subdivide less than that. What the appropriate size of a block in a subdivision in this zone is a matter to be decided under our LEP and our DCP. And when councillors get to assess this application screened against the LEP and the DCP, we need to pay a lot of attention to what those planning instruments say, because at the end of the day, all of us as councillors, we are the consent authority. We have to assess what's in front of us based on what our planning instruments say. The staff have done a fantastic job. I agree with what Councillor Reynolds has just said. They've done a fantastic job assessing this. But it doesn't mean that councillors therefore don't have a responsibility to independently assess and apply their own judgment to what's before us. Now, I've done that. And I stress we've got to assess what's before us. It's not up to councillors to say, I'd prefer something a bit different. I'd rather fewer blocks, or I'd rather this development on some other location. We've either got to agree with or reject what's put before us. And in deciding that, we've got to assess it against the criteria. Now, Councillor Reynolds has got a lot of good points, which he's just elaborated on. When this came before us last time, I confined myself just to what I regarded as the two most important grounds on which I found I couldn't support the application. One related to density, which seems to be the big issue that's been exciting a lot of interest. When it comes to density, if that's going to be a ground for refusal, it has to be couched in terms of the LEP and the DCP. Now, our LEP says that when it relates, this is clause 4.1, when it relates to lot sizes in subdivisions, the aim is to ensure that development is undertaken on appropriately sized parcels of land. That's what the LEP says. And the Development Control Plan, which sits under the LEP and has more specific detail in it, says, this is clause F3.1 of the DCP, says that new subdivisions adjacent to existing urban areas complement the existing subdivision pattern and character of the existing urban areas. Now, when I look at the western interface of this development with the adjoining urban areas, and Councillor Reynolds has taken up this point just before me tonight, I find that the lot sizes, particularly of lots 2 to 9, in the sort of 580, low 600 square metres, is probably something in the order of, when I said this at the last meeting, of about half the pattern of subdivision in the immediately adjoining urban area. I think one of our speakers tonight had concluded that the proposed subdivision was 3 times as dense. My calculations didn't quite produce that density, but nevertheless, far too dense for this particular area, having regard to the pattern of subdivision in the adjacent urban area. So that was my first ground, and I like to reinforce what I said before. Particularly that part of the subdivision is far too dense. That's not just a sort of an impression I get looking at it. That's what my judgment says when I apply the wording of our planning instruments. It's far too dense. My second point, which has also been picked up by one of the speakers tonight, is when the planning proposal originally came before council, 2017, only half this block was a future investigation zone for residential. The other half of the block was intended to be continue to be rural. We were induced as councillors in those days to agree to the whole block being zoned for residential on the basis that the area that wasn't part of the future investigation zone was going to be consist of some large blocks. It was going to phase in from rural to residential. There was only effectively going to be one block on what I've called the southern side of the subdivision. When the plans actually have come through, there's 3 blocks there. Now, I regard that as particularly significant because it was that commitment that was given in relation to the subdivision of that part of the block that wasn't even in residential that I put particular weight on. So for those two reasons, I voted against it last time, and for the same two reasons, I'm voting against it again tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Somerville. Questions or comments, fellow councillors? Thank you, Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Having listened to everybody tonight, it's quite interesting to think that people don't want this to go ahead, but a lot of the questions that I had have been answered, but I just asked the director, either Mr Baker or Mr Dicker, would there be a big difference in the water runoff if there are less blocks on this development, considering that the roads and the footpaths and gutters would probably be similar? And how does the drainage and the the management of the flooding and that, is that controlled by this retention basin? Like, there's a bit in the report about all this, but it doesn't really give you an answer until there's been an engineer's report. But I think maybe the directors can answer that in some way, just to doubts. So through you, Mr Deputy Mayor, if they could answer that.
Thank you.
Mr Deputy Mayor, I'll go first. So stormwater is specifically considered in the report. It's various, like it's throughout the report. Specifically clause 6.2 of the LEP and also G3 of the DCP, and they're on pages 34 and 49. From that, you can see condition 31, which is on page, I've got it as 82 in the attachments. There's a very detailed condition there. And that's very important because that basically sits there and does not allow this subdivision to commence until that has been addressed. Now, we've strengthened that condition. Normally, it's just a general condition that the second component for probably paragraphs 2 and 3, we put in an additional, more robust, that a stormwater report must consider, to the satisfaction of Council's Infrastructure Services Department, that a stormwater report must determine the extent of the 1% AEP storm event, including the catchment above. So that's very important. So it's got to be modelled, and I'll let the Director of Infrastructure Services add anything further, but from that modelling, everything else will be determined. Flow rates, size of capacity of the detention basin, that cannot be provided right here, right now. This is the first gate. There's many more others to go through until you can get that. There's a number of conditions that would need to be addressed before they even consider starting.
Thank you, Mr Director. Would our Director of Infrastructure Services like to comment in regard to the retention basin and the stormwater? Thank you.
Through you, Mr Deputy Mayor, the comments by the Director of Planning Environmental Services with regards to stormwater are correct. The only thing I will state, and it was a specific question by Councillor Newstead, was will the development increase runoff? That's a yes, and that's why there's the requirement for the retention basin and so forth, and the studies and design that will have to be undertaken before the development can progress.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Denton.
We'll save the best till last time. So, I've returned, and I've returned a rescission motion, and I supported the rescission motion simply to facilitate debate in this place tonight. And my councillors have had a chance to double dip, so I'm going to take twice as long to make it fair, yeah? Like most people in the gallery, and I want to thank everyone in the gallery, and I just want to remind everyone to put their masks on, please. If you haven't got them on now, get them on. I just want to thank everyone for turning up tonight, and it is a big deal. And I have been inundated with messages, emails, and phone calls, And I thank everyone who has contacted me, and I thank every one of the presenters that appeared tonight. So I understand the importance of this decision tonight on the community of Millthorpe. Now, like everyone else in this room, I guess we've all had an opportunity to look at the last meeting on YouTube, and so I studied the debate from a distance several days after, and I have some questions of my fellow councillors, but before we get to that, I would just like to mention Councillor John Newstead's first. He was the only councillor that really on the night asked a question to staff, and we have these wonderful staff. And I think this professional body that we have, we need to test. We need to test what they are saying, and the only way we can do that is to question them. And so Councillor Newstead asked our Director of Planning the question of whether or not this would hold up in the Land and Environment Court if it was contested, with the inference being that there would be a cost to council to challenge such an escalation, one would say. I considered that, and my thought was, whilst I appreciated Councillor Newstead asking the question, that I shouldn't be afraid of that I'm making the decision here and now based on the information presented in front of me, and if the proponent wishes to take it further, then that is on the proponent. And if another place wants to rule one way or another, I'm not going to predict how a court rules. Who knows what goes on there? Only Councillor Somerville might have an idea, being a professional solicitor. So thank you, John. Councillor Newstead, you did ask the question, and it's noted and accepted. Noted and accepted. Councillor Kingham spoke about the development being west of the railway line, and that in his mind it was part of the Millthorpe area, and it was non-problematic to develop in that area. And so I did a bit of a looking up on that, and I found in the Blayney settlement strategy, in section 4B to do with the town of Millthorpe, that it actually mentions that specifically, the likelihood of development in this area and whatnot and so forth. So, being that was the only point Councillor Kingham raised, it's noted and accepted. Councillor Ewan, I note and accept your arguments on the night, which was to do with more to do with the way in which the 2 voted for and 2 against on the night, and so I note and accept your decision. Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Reynolds made a few points. First of all, that he would like to see a solar energy grid going there, and look, everyone would like to see that, but unfortunately it's not in the rules. When I say the rules, as a councillor, I'm governed by, I regard, three documents. One is the LEP, the DCP being the second, and the third is the Blayney settlement strategy. And these are quite comprehensive documents, and my background is academia, and even I struggle to get through it, but I get through it because it's my job, and I treat it seriously. And the DCP, for example, is a 190-page document. So these are very, very complex rules that we have. Now, at times, I believe that our rules are loose, and I have, on occasion, provided my input on how to tighten them up, and they are either taken or they're not. The second point, other than solar, that Councillor Reynolds mentioned was to do with the stormwater, and I found that was the most significant of his argument. And there seem to be mixed messages coming about that. So I refer back to the rule book, and then I see that the process of that is that in this place we vote on the DA, then council staff who are highly professional, they then examine the requirements of the storm water management, then when they are happy with that, then a construction certificate is issued. So I would just like to confirm, because I don't want to be the only one other councillor, and you said to ask councillor staff a question, I would just like to confirm to our director whether or not that is the case, the way in which I outlined the process, please.
Thank you, Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the process as outlined by Councillor Denton is correct. There's, as was mentioned by the Director of Planning earlier, there's a series of gateways that have to be progressed through should this DA be approved, and one of those gateways is with regards to satisfying conditions of consent for engineering aspects, including stormwater, and the provision of reports and designs for that work.
Thank you. Okay. Noted and accepted. So we'll move on to I found the most compelling argument, and that was from Councillor Somerville. And Councillor Reynolds also touched on it tonight, as you did the first night, but I felt that Councillor Somerville, like a solicitor, went right into the wording, and that's what we should be doing. So just to recap, again, we are bound by New South Wales legislation, which is the Blayney Local Environment Plan of 2012, and under that comes the Development Control Plan of 2018. And then also on top of that, there's the Blayney Settlement Strategy. Well, below that is the Blayney Settlement Strategy, in which there is much to do with community engagement in that document, where we invite members of the community to make input and submission, and that's how we create the will of the community in written form, yeah? In my mind, in my opinion. So Councillor Somerville's first point was to do, on the night of the last meeting, was to do with the first concept draft. And the concept draft where the proponent outlaid 18 lots in a configuration, and then later on, when we got the final draft, it was 23. So there was some increase in the amount of lots from the concept draft. And I would just like to go on record that it wasn't the last council that voted on that, it was actually this council. And I would just like to confirm that. I believe it was this council's, one of my first decisions. Is that correct, to the Director of Planning? Can I ask if that was correct?
Thank you, Mr. Director.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, my understanding is the planning proposal was finalised in July of 2018, and this council came in September 2017, so probably would have been 8 odd months after this council. Yes, it was under this term that it was approved.
Thank you.
Noted and accepted. So that is merely for clarification. For me and mine, it doesn't sway my decision really one way or another in this place tonight. but nevertheless I thought it was worth mentioning. Now, so getting back to Councillor Somervale's concept concern, I am less concerned about that because after all it's a concept. A concept is a concept. It's not unchangeable. In fact, from what the proponent has mentioned tonight in her submission to this council in this place was that there was back and forth, a lot of back and forth. And so, by its very nature, the concept must change, right? Unless you nailed it the first time, and who does that, yeah? So I don't 100% agree on that, although I do take a point that there is some change there in the amount of lots, and I do note and accept that. The second point that Councillor Somervale made was, I believe, the point, and that is to do with the, as I would say, the vibe of the alignment of the lots. Now, we can't make our decisions based on anything other than what the DCP and the LEP lay out here, and the settlement strategy, we take that on board. So Councillor Somervale has mentioned, and he's quoted a section of the DCP. So I've taken the opportunity to have a look at the DCP in a little bit more detail. And if you go to part F3 of the residential subdivision in urban area on page 10, and that's to do with let's let me get this right. If people want to follow this up, it's quite important. It's under F3, 1, lot size and arrangements general, 2, zone R, U5, village or other settlements. And so I've looked at the actual exact wording, and the exact wording is as follows: to ensure new subdivisions in or adjacent to existing urban areas complements the existing subdivision pattern or character of the existing urban area. For me, this is what it's all about. Now, one of these words that I find are actually important is pattern. What does pattern mean? And character, what does character actually mean? And what does adjacent mean? So I look up in the dictionary of the DCP and I find that it refers me to a New South Wales legislation LEP dictionary which supersedes and covers the terminology in the DCP. And I looked it up and I looked for the word pattern and I found nothing in the dictionary. And I looked for the word character and again I found nothing, and I looked for the word adjacent and I found nothing. But while I was scrolling through, I did find that they defined a fish, like, you know, a fish that swims in the ocean. Why? Okay, I can imagine there is a reason, but one would have thought that pattern, character and adjacent and these other important things would have been more important words to make my decision here tonight a lot easier. So what could I do from there? Well, I had to define these words for myself, so then I go to an online dictionary and I check them all out. And the word pattern, well, we'll get back to that later, but the word adjacent, because pattern is the important one I think, but adjacent means, according to your dictionary online, it says lying near or close by but not necessarily connected. Now, tonight when Councillor Somerville spoke, he used a different word than actually what's in the DCP. He used the word adjoining. And I looked up adjoining. And adjoining means something completely different. Adjoining means bordering upon, sharing a common boundary or touching. So my interpretation of Part F3 of the residential subdivision in urban area is that, as far as adjacent goes, is that adjacent is nearby. Now, for me, nearby means Millthorpe itself, not what's next to it across the road or a touching. So are these lots, and is this subdivision outside the pattern of Millthorpe? Now that I've taken the pretense and I'm assuming Millthorpe is the actual definition of adjacent. And so I had to have a look at that, and I did. And goes all the way back to 1823 when it was called Spring Grove, and Millthorpe has actually developed over the years, and it was a hodgepodge of development. It was, and in some regards I argue that the pattern was that there was no pattern. That in our report presented by our planning director on this matter, on this DA 60, is that there are development sizes that are actually as low as 400, lot sizes as low as 400, many of which fall under 600. So how do I feel about that? Well, for me, it may actually fit the pattern. It may fit the pattern. And I look at what the DCP and the LEP and Councillor Somerville is quite correct as far as the minimum size is 450. Now that's not to say that the proponent could have or would have been endorsed by its staff in their report to recommend the proposed development at that point, 450. That would have been a completely different hypothetical. But if that was the case, we could have seen an increase in lot sizes in the 30s, perhaps, hypothetically. So I have taken a little bit longer, but again, I needed to, get everything out because this is a very serious, and I agree with Councillor Somerville again that it's a pivotal moment for Millthorpe and the direction of which it's going to go, and I have to take that on board. I have to take on board the community in that people go about their day-to-day lives. They don't necessarily involve themselves in 190-page documents and settlement strategies and legislation and that's our job. That's our job. So, nevertheless, the settlement strategy in itself, which is the community's option to contribute to the way in which they want their village to grow, in fact the whole of our shire to grow. And this is where I would encourage the people of Millthorpe to get actively involved in that. We are bound by the written word, and it's quite precise in what the, for a better word, rules of the game are. But I looked at the actual settlement strategy to try and find something there that may actually make a decision that I believe to be the correct one. and I found something, and it's under 4B on page 28 of the Blayney settlement strategy, and the actual section reads as follows, and it's titled Issues and Strategies to do with new subdivisions, and the subtitle is Dwelling Types, and it says the majority of dwellings in Millthorpe are detached larger dwellings in a low density subdivision. The attraction of living in a rural village is rarely to live in higher density dwellings. Just repeat that. The attraction of living in a rural village is rarely to live in higher density dwellings. Now, if it was left at that, it would make things a whole lot easier for me, yeah? But it's not. It's then followed, however, with a larger, older population, there may be a future demand for small and more compact housing that is lower in maintenance on smaller lots, and there is currently low choice of housing types in Millthorpe to meet this future need. And again, I would encourage the residents of Millthorpe to get actively involved in altering the Blayney settlement strategy in due course when the appropriate time is right. And that way I would have a better understanding on what the community needs are in the written word and a guideline to follow. So, lastly, I want to mention again the people in Millthorpe, and it's a very active community, and anecdotal evidence suggests that there were 400 to 500 signatures on it, and I appreciate that, and I know, and I accept that, and that is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I also have to consider, though, that I was elected by the residents of the entire Blayney Shire, and that it's the interest of the entire Shire, for me. These are my bosses. These are the people I answer to. I answer to the people in Millthorpe. I answer to the people outside of Millthorpe, within the local government area known as Blayney. And I take on board that there is a major shortage in housing. Now, that doesn't necessarily make this right or wrong, but I take that on board. It's part of the complex equation. So, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think I've got everything out that I really wanted to, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Denton. Would the Director of Planning like to comment in regard to any of the statements that Councillor Denton has put forward this evening? Thank you, Mr. Director.
Really, Mr. Mayor, there was a fair bit there. Is there any specific question I may ask? Or?
No, I think it was just a generalisation. Just, I believe he is very much correct in what he said this evening. And I was just thinking that if you had anything to substantiate what he said, that would be an opportune time to do it.
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, so further to our report, no. Density is basically set as Councillor Denton advised through the settlement strategy, the planning proposal in itself, which took place in 2018, and then the aims of the LEP and that land use table, including those objectives. They are the key documents which basically set density, essentially.
Thank you very much. Fellow councillors, we've covered very much of the proposal this evening in many different facets and ways of the conditions and consent which are imposed on this proposal. We haven't spoken to any great extent, and I know it's a concern of the wider community, of particularly Millthorpe, in regard to the visual impact to the community of the proposal. We have spoken at quite length in regard to pattern and density, which I'm accepting of, thank you. And we've spoken in regard to the plan and design, particularly of the stormwater, and I know the similar procedure will be enforced in regard to all the services to service the proposed development. But I wonder whether you would like to give us an overview of the visual amenity to different areas viewed from, I guess, it does only, I spend an hour through the week driving around Millthorpe to get a visual of the proposal from different areas of Millthorpe, and of course up off Pitt Street is probably one of the areas that you do see a bird's eye view, I guess, for the want of better wording. But I wondered whether you might elaborate in regard to the visual amenity and the landscaping of the proposal. Thank you.
So, through you, Mr Deputy Mayor, visual amenity is again considered in multiple facets of the report, including it was raised by a number of submissions. Condition 33, in one aspect, particularly addresses visual amenity in terms of landscaping and fencing, both for east and western boundaries. The eastern boundary is probably given a heightened priority, particularly with a 3 metre wide landscape buffer, mainly because it's considered a key interface, not only from a visual point of view, but it is rural land on the other side, although it is a small holding. That needs to be addressed. The other major factor why it's heightened probably compared to the west is that there's a chunk of Forest East Road that is zoned as RU5 Village. So whilst it may have different lot sizes, back in 2011 or 12, council said that that's what that is to be zoned, and potentially the density. So, and hence why there is a greater density and smaller lots on that side. So the area is in the heritage conservation area. It's not specifically a heritage item as such, but it definitely was considered, and it was picked up as a key vista or part of in the 2020 settlement strategy, although it specifically doesn't apply. It's the older strategy that really does apply. This property actually sits a little bit lower than the property to the east as well. There's kind of a knoll that kind of kicks up from when I viewed it. Will you see this from parts of Millthorpe? Yes, you will. But if you turn around, you see other parts of Millthorpe and other routes as well. In our opinion, the visual impact is significantly mitigated by those treatments on, particularly on that eastern side, and is acceptable.
Thank you very much. As we're all well aware, there are many conditions of consent put on this proposed development, and as you previously mentioned earlier, Mr Director of Planning, that this development will not receive a construction certificate unless all these conditions are met to the standard and guidelines and controls that our LEP, DCP, settlement strategy impose on any development in the Shire. So I thank you very much and your staff and the staff of the Blayney Council for the great efforts they've put into bringing this proposal forward to our council meeting. Before I move on any further, any of the councillors have any other questions to our directors? Thank you. I think we've very comprehensively covered the proposal this evening, and I appreciate and thank you for your time and efforts again from the staff and from my fellow councillors. I appreciate the interest and concern that a wider community, particularly of Millthorpe, have showed in the concern, and I believe the process of this proposal will safeguard you and I in the future for our future development in the Shire, and that is what you and I rely on to make decisions for the Shire. So without any further ado, fellow councillors, if there aren't any questions or comments to be made to the proposal, I will say that I will be calling for a division, which will be a show of hands to the proposed DA. So I will call for all those in favour of the DA. Would you please raise your hand? Thank you for Lauren. I have Councillor Denton, Councillor Ewan, Councillor Newstead and Councillor Kingham. Thank you. Those not in favour of the DA proposal, thank you. Would you raise your hand? Thank you. Lauren, I have Councillor Somerville and Councillor Reynolds. Thank you very much. Would someone like to invite our... thank you very much. Fellow councillors, that motion is carried. Someone like to invite the Mayor back into the chamber, please.
Recess?
You'll be right, Bruce. You'll get a few votes.
No, I need to go to the toilet.
Fellow councillors, we're going to have a 5-minute recess in the chamber and we'll be back online in 5 minutes, so please take the opportunity.
Okay, we're going to line. Hey, thank you, councillors. I'd now like to draw your attention to item 4, page 19, Council Resolution Report. There's a recommendation there to have a mover for this recommendation. Councillor Reynolds, moved that way. Councillor Ewan has seconded that. Any questions or comments regards to this item? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question is regarding the BCO Alliance Agreement, and I see here we've had ministerial consent declined. Wondering if the General Manager can elaborate on any particular reasoning why the Minister declined it and what course of action we're taking to try and do with this second submission and correct, I suppose you could say, what the problems were with the first submission.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the reasons were on the basis that we didn't demonstrate the public interest. There were some other items mentioned about the cost and the potential cost of the new entity, and a concern that councils could do it just as by themselves, and that the JO was, the body that this alliance could operate within. So we've got a number of people that have been looking at it. The Office of Local Government weren't prepared to, they had some discussion with us, but they will reassess a second submission when it goes in.
Next question is related to 2104-021, which was on the 19th of April, regarding the advisory committee for access, I think it was, and we didn't get any community member input. More than happy to put my hand up if there is a position there to go along and participate in that. And the 2105-005, which is regarding the quarry, agreement finalised and executed, completed. Is there any update, maybe to one of the directors, with regard to that quarry to the northwest of Blayney?
No. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe construction certificate was issued last week with all documentation and necessary conditions met prior to that stage.
Thank you.
One more,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor, 2106-006 with regard to Business HQ. Just wondering whether any interested councillors could get together with the General Manager in the near future to discuss that constitution that we agreed to potentially look at a couple of amendments. So just a note there for the General Manager, if we could have a discussion. I think Councillor Somervale may also be interested, and maybe some of the other councillors with regard to that. And I think that wraps up my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. Councillors, any other? Councillor Kingham.
Mayor, I'd like to ask the Director a question in relation to cemeteries. It was quite clear at the forum that when considering the final resting options, this was a pretty clear direction, I thought, from the committee or forum, that people wanted to know what they were getting for their money, and what were the options, and what it would cost, and I just thought that was quite clear cut. I'm not quite sure why we have to go back to a cemetery committee or forum to confirm the need for it. There is a need for it. And while I'm speaking, is there going to be a cemetery forum next week?
Thank you, Councillor Kingham. Cemetery forum next week.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Kingham, I need to contact both the Chair of the Cemetery Forum and Access Committee to ascertain if and how we will run meetings next week. I haven't had time to do that as yet, so I'll do that tomorrow and then advise those committees. In terms of the comment in relation to that resolution. My recollection was that it was passed, but we need to put it back in terms of exactly what form. It's a very sensitive issue as to, well, A, do we need it? My understanding is it's quite an emotional time and we may not need it. That's the feedback I've had from admin staff, and I want to ascertain exactly what we want in there before we go off on a direction which may be wrong.
Mr. Director.
I'd agree, but that's the way it is. I'll get the information together.
Okay, thank you, Councillor King.
Because I think, Mr. Chairman, the Cemetery Forum next week will be in doubt, considering the COVID situation. So I just don't want anything just put in the too hard basket. So if it's up to me to, as Chairman of the Forum, to come up with some information, well, I will.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Kingham. Councillors, any other questions or comments regards to this item? Councillor Ewan.
Just in regard to Councillor Kingham's question, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, is it the intention, and I believe rightly so, that the information just be put on our website for availability, or so that people can find that information out? I guess particularly in the instance if it happens to be a weekend or something like that. To a working day. That may, thank you. That maybe that simple information that'll answer those questions could keep those families well informed.
Response? Well, the situation was people were walking out to the front desk, and the person at the front desk not really knowing enough information to give them. So it could be on the website, but I'll get some people together and we'll put something together.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ewan. Thank you, Councillor Kingham. Councillors, any other questions or comments? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare carried. Item 5, page 27, WHS and Risk Coordinator. Recommendation there. Councillors, have a mover for this recommendation. Councillor Newstead has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Reynolds. Questions, comments? Councillors? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to congratulate our Work Health and Safety Coordinator, particularly the incident debriefing process summary. I'm quite impressed with how we're doing this debriefing to actually identify, as I think it identifies there, the root cause, actions and recommendations to prevent similar incidents occurring. So we're learning from incidents to make our workplace better. So congratulations on that debriefing process.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Councillors, if not, I'll put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Declared carried. Item 6, page 30, Tourism Development Program. Recommendation there, councillors. Do I have a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Somervale has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ewan has seconded that. Questions or comments in regards to this item? Councillors, good. Yes, Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. I note that they say there must be a member of Orange 360. So does that include the free membership option? I won't assume so, but as long as they're a member. And my other question was, have we used all the money, I think it was 19,000 carryover plus 10,000 for last financial year? Have we used all that money, or is there any carryover? Because it only mentions, I think, 10,000, unless I stand to be corrected. It said the rollover from the previous year was 9.5. Have we used the 19.5, or is there a little bit of rollover money left to go into this next year's project?
Madam GM.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take that on notice, that'll be presented with you at the end of financial statements.
Just a follow on, Mr. Mayor. So if there is money left over, hopefully it can be used for this program to continue so that it may be slightly expanded.
Councillors, any other questions Excuse me, comments? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declared carried. Page 32, item 7, sale of land, Frape Street, Blayney. Recommendation there. Do I have a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Newstead has moved that way. Councillor Ewan has seconded that. Questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Newstead.
I'd just like to say this is a good news story, this one. I think it's good that affordable housing might become available in Blayney, so it's a good thing.
Thank you, Councillor Newstead. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Again, I'll be very brief and follow on from Councillor Newstead's comments. We're hearing reports of shortages, of people being removed from their houses, long-term tenants. So to try and get some affordable housing in our community is a fantastic. So hopefully this is the first step. Hopefully we hear a funding announcement shortly to actually construct these 6 residents. So we do have some lower cost housing, or affordable housing as I think it's termed, for some of our residents within our shire. But fantastic, and congratulations to the General Manager for the work she has done on this over recent months to get this project up, and hopefully we see that funding announcement in the near future.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. We definitely have a housing shortage in our community. Any other questions or comments, councillors, in regards to this item? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declared carried. Now through to page 34, item 8, deed of agreement, New South Wales Fire and Rescue. Recommendation there, councillors. Do I have a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Ewan has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Newstead has seconded that. Any questions or comments? Councillor Newstead.
Another good news story. I think it's great that the RFS and the Blayney Fire Brigade will have their own separate facilities, so that's good.
Yeah, this has been quite a journey. You're right, Councillor Newstead, this is a very good result for our emergency services, and I'd like to recognise the work behind the scenes that our General Manager put in to make this happen, and of course Council offering up that block of land out at the industrial estate certainly helped make this a reality. It's been a bit of a juggle, but it's worked out really well, and also I'd like to take the opportunity to recognise and thank our state member who played a strong part in helping to facilitate this outcome. Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. A question to the General Manager, and I'm a little confused. It was a council asset, and I have read the deed. It was a council asset, yet the Royal Fire Service are being paid the $200,000 for an asset of council, so we're having to write off $162,000, I think it is, $167,000, sorry, or one of the two figures, off our books. So why, my first question, I have two, why was it not forwarded that $200,000 to the council, who then could contribute that money to the construction of a shed, given it was a council asset?
Through Mr Mayor, I'll take that on notice. This was the way the funding was delivered from Treasury to the Rural Firefighting Fund. What the actual transaction is about the write-off of one asset, then the collection of another asset, and monies that gets transferred will eventually eventuate, because we actually pay for assets, renewals or constructions, and then are refunded by Rural Fire Service. So it might just happen, but another way. But I will take that on notice.
Because my concern, Mr Mayor, and we don't have the appropriate director here tonight, that this will potentially hit our bottom line by $162,000 for next financial, or this current financial year, when we're writing off an asset. So we'll actually potentially lose, unless I've misinterpreted, an extra $162,000 will be written off our books. So I'm just concerned that when it's an asset of ours and it's going, but if it can be accountingly brought back in, and so we don't lose the $162,000, it'll look a lot better on our financial report at the end of this current financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds, but also what would look better in our end-of-year report is the fact that we've facilitated a fantastic outcome for our emergency services, and that is an outcome that the community is looking for and expect. Councillor Somervale, I believe you had a comment, question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, yeah, this issue has taken a long while to resolve, and congratulations to all those involved, particularly the General Manager and our local member, because the relationship between the Rural Fire Service and the Fire and Rescue and Council is very complex, particularly when it comes to this particular site. So I think we've got a way forward, and there was a time when it was looking almost impossible to find our way out of the mess. So that's really good. Similar to Councillor Reynolds, I'm just looking at the sort of the cost to council, so to speak. We're contributing the land in Marshall's Lane, something like 75,000. We're writing off something like 160,000, and it may be when we get the answer to the question on notice, that's not as bad as it seems. And I assume we're going to acquire the new asset, the new shed, will also come onto council's books and therefore be depreciated. So there's quite a sort of a financial implication to council in all of this, but maybe when the question on notice is dealt with, we can understand that a bit more closely. My second question is purely in relation to the risk of cost overruns. The grant which has been organised, $200,000 to pay for the existing asset, and a further $650,000 totaling $850 to which will be the amount applied to build the new shed. And I see from the deed that grant is a fixed amount. I just want to understand what happens if the new shed costs more than $650. Will we be able to get some more grant money for that, or does council have to find the difference?
Thank you, Councillor Somervale. Tenders are still to be acquired. Madam GM.
Through Mr. Mayor, the total amount that, as I understand, New South Wales Rural Fire Service will be allocating for this project is $850,000. There's no more grant money. They've reassured the Minister that this is what they need to build a station of this size, and they construct them, the design and the make and the model across all their zone, and so they're very confident, I assume, of that cost, but there is no additional funding expected from council or from the government.
Thank you, Madam GM. Councillor Somervale.
Well, I think the answer to my question is there won't be any overruns.
Correct. That is the budget that RFS have. It's not our budget, it's their budget. They assure us they can build a facility. They're very good at building these facilities, got lots of experience around the region, and that is their budget, and that'll be it. We won't be contributing any more.
Good.
Okay, any other questions or comments, councillors? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declared carried. Move through now to page 37, item 9, development application, erection of an outbuilding, an extension to outbuilding. Recommendation there, councillors, to have a mover for this recommendation. Councillor Newstead has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Somervale has seconded that. Councillors, any questions or comments? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be brief, my one concern, and I highlighted this in an earlier debate, is the amount of freestanding water in that area. Hopefully, when they design this shed and put it in, they build it up a little bit above, but it will also be discharging more water because there's more roof space. So I note in the report it says that it'll go through into their tank, and then into the stormwater system. So I suppose a question to possibly Director of Infrastructure, once it gets out onto the road, is there the capacity in our stormwater system to take, and I know it's only one shed, but this extra water?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they've got the water tanks, and there's no requirement for their discharge to be directed in any formal way off their land. There is a sizable table drain that runs alongside the frontage to their property. There on Forest Roofs Road, and just to the northwest it crosses the road. In the past there have been challenges with discharge through there, more so associated with a crossing that the landowner on the northern side of Forest Roofs Road had, but from recollection last time I was out there that had actually been removed. But as everybody has pointed out tonight, it is wet country. So that's probably the best I can offer you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Director, any other questions or comments? Councillor Kingham.
I'd like to ask the Director of Infrastructure a question in relation to the corner. My understanding that is the showground corner, and I had thought that we had plans to realign that corner, and I'm just wondering about how he's going to treat the intersection, and does the owner own the land between the buildings and that showground corner?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the development in question is not associated with the land on the corner. Just to clarify that, there is another landowner there to the west of the development site. Is it? Oh, right, my apologies, I'm incorrect. It is the same developer, same owner. We have been in discussion with that landowner with regards to the corner. As can be seen on page 44 of the council report, there is a very clear delineation between the land that is managed and the land that's outside a fence for the road reserve. That was some negotiation that must have occurred approximately 20 years ago with the intention of realigning that corner one day. As a result of the funding that we have from government for the road, it's our intention to realign that corner, and we're currently negotiating that with the landowner.
Thank you, Councillor Kingham. Thank you, Mr. Director. Councillors, any other questions or comments? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? I'll call for a division. I believe it was unanimous. Councillors, now move through to page 51, item 10, the DA, motel accommodation, signage and subdivision of land, 62 Osmond Street. This was subject to our public forum speakers this evening. There's a recommendation there. Do I have a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Reynolds has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Newstead has seconded that. Councillors, any questions or comments on what is a very complex and unique application we have here in front of us to consider? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And you are right, another difficult decision to make tonight. We've heard from two neighbours and we've received submissions from a number of residents. And there has been some submissions in favour of the proposal and a number of submissions, I think, slightly more against. The one thing I do know is we have a situation of a perfect storm, though, when it comes to accommodation in Blayney. We're seeing long-term residents being given notice, as I just mentioned previously, with their long-term rentals to make way for new owners or tenants who are willing to pay more for accommodation and a lot of that is construction workers. It saddens me to hear of our fellow community members being removed from their homes because demand has outdriven supply for accommodation. We need to come up with some solutions to solve this, and this proposal may be one of those. Looking at the individual development, and the community does have a number of concerns, so I have been listening. We have met with the community members, we've met with the proponents, and we've heard from the community members tonight, and I appreciate their feedback into this decision. Now, noise from workers, vehicles and air conditioners are amongst those, but again, under the conditions, the proposal has to meet the Australian standards. Next to my favourite, stormwater management, and it is a big concern, but it's been a big concern of that site for a lot of years. There has been localised flooding there into the back of some residents and businesses as the stormwater tries to make its way out of that area. The proponent has purchased, though, a property in Water Street to construct stormwater drainage, so put some piping through and an easement through that property. They've also agreed for a retention basin under the car park, so a much better outcome proposed than what there currently is there for the site. The next issue that the residents have brought up is pedestrian safety coming out of that site into Church Street. Now, the proponent has, in its design, provided a footpath from the site to Church Street. They're also required under the conditions to widen the entrance road, I think it's to 6 metres. They've also committed to reducing speeding along that entrance using some form of a device, possibly a speed hump, before vehicles get to the Church Street footpath. And I also personally requested a stop sign be installed before the Church Street footpath, and again in the conditions there, that a stop sign be put in there, because children's safety is very important, so I take very seriously what the residents have said. The next issue raised is fire protection, and it is close to my heart. When I was younger, I resided in a 40-room, 2-storey weatherboard dormitory at university, and it did catch on fire. I fought that fire with a few other residents with fire extinguishers, several until the fire brigade arrived, and we did successfully save that building. So fire extinguishers do work, but I hope the proponents, with the study that has been recommended under the proposal, actually look at something even better, as in look at potentially fire hose reels to provide more assistance and more assistance quickly under the conditions of consent. So I encourage the proponents to look at that fire protection across the site. There are also heritage concerns that have been raised by the residents. And personally, I don't like the style of the buildings. They're totally out of character with the local area, so that's my probably biggest concern. However, in the conditions of consent again, we're looking at particular heritage colours or colours that will blend in with the local area. And also, I looked around the area the other day and it was full of colour-bond fences. It's actually, to some extent, lost some of its heritage style. So hopefully, with the proponent placing in the conditions, a 1.8 metre high fence around and a timber fence on Osmond Street, I think is very important to try and get a little bit of heritage back in that, but also hopefully to cover up some of these buildings. So that's my big real concern, is the visual impact on the neighbours, but hopefully fence design and plantings and large-scale plantings cover that particular issue. There's also concerns about lighting raised by the local residents and that impacting on the neighbours. Again, under the conditions, the lighting will be focused and be to an Australian standard, so it shouldn't, hopefully, impact on the residents, but there is also a complaint hotline, so if they are being impacted, that they can actually communicate that impact. The thing that I like the most about this development is the 5-year clause, that after 4.5 years from the start of construction, that they have to put a new DA back in. So if they haven't done things right, the council has the right to reject an extension of that DA. I think that is a major achievement, and I congratulate our staff for getting that clause put in there, and the proponents for agreeing to that clause. So If they're not willing to do it right, then the council of the day has the right to actually get them to pull up stumps and leave. There is also the concern of whether it's truly a motel and run as a motel. And I know the residents and others have questioned this. Again, there will be an opportunity for anyone, according to the proponents, to actually book that, and there will be signage. Again, the jury is out, and there is the 4.5 years or 5 years clause with that. So there's also the economic benefits that potentially are going to come from this site. Now, the proponents have done some modelling. I think it's a little bit optimistic on what they're proposing, but there will be some economic development, economic benefit, and the proponent tonight, or premise tonight, outlined that you know, some of the local businesses would achieve benefit from this development. So I guesstimate that probably around about $1 million a year, but maybe a bit more. Let's hope it is a lot more, but probably around about 10 extra jobs in our community. And I'd rather see those jobs here in Blayney rather than in Orange or in Bathurst. In weighing up the proposal, while I do understand the concerns of the residents, and hopefully the proponent has met a lot of those concerns, I will be supporting this development tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds, for that very interesting and detailed summary. Councillors, any other? Councillor Kingham.
Mr. Mayor, I'm opposed to the development. They said to us that it'd be called the Blayney Motel. Really, it's a Donga Motel. The only reason it's called a motel is to get permission to build there. Otherwise, it's a miners' camp, right in the centre of town. I've found too many misstatements from the developers. I've asked several times about the buildings, whether they're new or used. I've heard they're in Singleton, then they're in Parks, then they're new, and then some of them have been used. Like, that doesn't give me any confidence as to what they're actually going to end up being. There's going to be 26 dongas with 100 people, and that's a lot of people in that small area. I've found the management plan to be deficient. I don't think it's anywhere near as comprehensive. I think they're making the rules as they go, and they're relying on us to give them permission to start. I don't take any, I know the councillors have a different view to this, but I don't think the 5-year clause is of much value at all. You can just imagine if they get going and they put 26 dongas, and after the second stage there might be 22, and there's 80 or 100 people there, how on earth would the council close them down? I just can't see it being practical. So my view is they shouldn't even start with dongas, they should start with something more substantial. And I'm objecting to the form of building. I just don't think dongas are the thing that we need in the centre of town, in that sort of area where you've got buildings of character all the way around, from the high school to the double-storey houses in Church Street to the churches on the Adelaide Street side. I just think it's a very poor scheme of development, and I am opposed to them putting dongas in the centre of town because of the style of the building.
Thank you, Councillor Kingham. Councillors, Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While I agree with Councillor Kingham on some of those points, I think with more development probably happening in the next 12 months with the wind farm and then potentially Regis if it's approved, that we need something. Unfortunately, Orange is full, Bathurst is full, and Blayney's definitely full. You cannot rent a place in Blayney, and if you can, in the last 12 months I think it's probably gone up $100 in rent. I went with a mate of mine to have a look at a house here in Blayney. I won't mention the street or anything. The house was sold 9 months ago for $260,000. The person who bought it has done a little bit of renovation, maybe $50,000, $60,000. It's now on the market for $520,000, so it's doubled its price in 12 months. I said to the real estate agent while I was there, "You're kidding. Tell him he's dreaming," to take a word from the castle. He said, "Mate, if you buy this," he said, "I can get you $720 a week rent." He said, "All you got to do is wash a few sheets," because he said construction workers and the companies that they work for will rent these places out. I know somebody else who had a house, they asked the people to move out because they could put their rent up by another $100. Very difficult for people, especially young people, to afford the rent that's going to come from this. So as much as I agree and might not look good, I know that if it was bricks and mortar, we probably wouldn't even be having this conversation. And I've said that before, and it was mentioned in the local paper just the other day. Unfortunately, they're not going to do bricks and mortar, so we've got to hope that they do the right thing. And like Councillor Reynolds, I'm in favour of the 5-year clause. They assure us that yes, you will be able to ring up and book accommodation there. Maybe nobody else will want to stay there, but that's not for us to decide. And they've said that their objective is to have 100% occupation. I think it needs to go ahead because we need to make it easier for people to rent in Blayney and buy. And while we don't have anything, the price of rentals and the price of houses is just going to keep going up. So as much as it's probably not going to be that pretty, I think most of it will be hidden, and I'll be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor Newstead. Councillors, any other questions? Okay, Councillor Denton's turn.
I'll have a go.
Councillor Denton.
All right. I don't like it. No. This is, in my opinion, this doesn't stand up to community expectations, what a hotel or motel is. Not even close. Not even close. But before we get to that, I'll just address some of the concerns that Councillor Newstead made while it's fresh on my mind. So Councillor Newstead was talking about how the prices of accommodation and property value has increased in Blayney. That is a good thing. That is an extremely good thing, because as property increases, so does the potential for sensible development. The right development. Not this. This is what I would describe as an ad hoc, joyless cash grab, in my opinion. It does not have one redeeming feature. Not for the local residents, not for the Shire, perhaps the mines and those that require a transient workforce, but they didn't elect me. They didn't elect any one of us. These two people in the community, I think the person for the developer is gone, so anyway, these two people in the community, these are the ones that we're representing. With the increase in property development, Councillor Newstead, the way I see it, with the increased prices, is that it will take time for the market to adapt. Yes, it will. There will be some short-term pain, and I accept that. And I do accept that. However, what we need to avoid is what the Department of Housing in New South Wales and other states of this nation did back in the day. And what they did was they bundled a whole cohort into one area. Okay, and this system is now abandoned. And there's a reason why it's abandoned. Okay, because you need to spread around the community, and I will take on board the submission tonight about a fly-in, fly-out workforce, and our environment is changing. We are all wearing masks, and we've got Zooming, and it's a different world to when the report was written, and it's a different world. We have had someone enter this community that is active with COVID positive. Not just COVID, the Delta strand, Wolfter. And I wouldn't be surprised if there actually are more variations and mutations on the way. Not necessarily our community, but on humankind. I don't think we've seen the end of that. But allowing a workforce to come in and then leave in the centre of our town, I think is irresponsible when it comes to that. When we, as designers, the people that are actually designing the makeup of our city, wouldn't it be better to spread it? So it's easier to contain. And I mean, I would have thought as an economic benefit to a mine, geez, we usually wouldn't want an outbreak in there, it'd shut the whole mine down, wouldn't it? In the accommodation area. So it will take time. I can't believe as, the elected Labor Party endorsed councillor here that I'm actually talking about the market adapting, but I have to educate. I have to say that there is, the market will adapt, that invisible hand will adapt, and that accommodation will come on board. I'm told that architects and surveyors are absolutely strapped, but they cannot, they're flat out. Okay, and evidence suggests that we've got the 39 lot subdivision in Plum Street. There's movement at the station there. There will be other opportunities to house these people. But this won't go away now. I do understand that there is a 5-year caveat on or management plan and all, but really the way I look at that, they'll be dug in like an Alabama tick. You just won't get them out. Right? You won't dig that out. It's there, and 5 years is a long time. I'm actually tempted to flag an amendment to move that we reduce that. I'm tempted. So I wanted to also talk about the nature of what a motel is. And I've looked at the definition, and again, it's weak, it's sloppy. I mean, and it's open to interpretation, and it's pretty basic, far out. In my opinion, it's a complete loophole that you can drive a truck through. And I think that higher places should look at this. And I would be quite happy to see this go and kick this away, and to see if the proponent felt it was in their interest to take it to the Land Environment Court, go your hardest. Because I'm not afraid of the Land Environment Court. In fact, it serves a purpose, because it also puts it on the radar for the next shire, the next place that has to, that the fact that this rule, and I don't think many people in this room actually accept that it is a hotel for the weary traveller, or motel for the weary traveller. You see, the other motels that we have in our shire were built for the traveller. This is purpose-built to serve a working community, and that in my mind should be challenged, because it I believe, by its very nature, and I read the report and I understand that there was comparisons made with other motels in our area having a high percentage of a workforce to service the mines and the wind farm and other areas, but they were not purpose-built for that. So that really messes with the definition of what a motel is within my mind. And it also, in my mind, in my opinion, is exclusive. Has anyone thought, and perhaps the good people at Tourism 360 should consider, what happens if a real tourist turns up? You thought about that one? What's going to happen? Real tourist stumbles in there. What are they going to see? A couple of demountables plonked on a bowling green? They're going to write really good reviews on TripAdvisor for us, aren't they? Went to Blayney, stayed in a mining camp, left. I can't see any joy. I can't see any joy in a tourist staying in a purpose-built motel, and I do say it's purpose-built. It's demountables. It's demountables. The rooms are so tiny. In their own literature, they say they want to achieve 100% occupancy, but there is nothing in their literature that talks about ratios to do with how many real tourists are going to turn up in there, how many people are going to wander into Blayney, got somewhere to stay, and they're actually going to... Well, I mean, I would like to actually, perhaps even I would consider flagging another amendment that in the management plan, that the percentage of occupancy of 100%, there be a percentage inserted of how many rooms should be set aside for those not working in the mine, the wind farm, or anywhere else. That way they could be truly open to the traveller, because it says in the legislation, under the definition of motel, that it must be for travellers. So my argument is it is exclusive by its very nature, by its very establishment and setup, by the size of the rooms, by the demountable nature, by the fact that they haven't embarked on any marketing strategy, why would you? Why would you embark on a marketing strategy when you're aiming at just staffing a mine or a wind farm? Why would you waste your money doing that? Because, in my opinion, it doesn't meet the criteria. It doesn't meet the criteria. And I would like to see that challenged in a higher place. I also think that Blayney, if anyone in this room that is thinking of running for this, if you go down to your local establishment and you ask, the old pub test, you ask anyone, is it a mine? Is it workers for the mine that stay there, or can anyone stay there? I think I know what the answer would be. So, for me, it doesn't pass the pub test. But again, we need to look at more stringent ways to if I was to look at why I think it shouldn't happen, it is because of the exclusive nature to the tourist. Okay, and in some regards, it might be a good thing, because who wants a tourist turning up there? Yeah. So when I first heard about this development, I thought to myself, great, wouldn't a motel be great there? I mean, we do need one. It would be great. But when I saw what it was, when I came into this place and I saw what was on the room, on the walls, the photographs of the rooms, the photographs of the demountables, I flicked through the heritage report, and it was not under scope, not under scope, not under scope. Can we add a slopey roof, said the heritage advisor? Well, maybe. Well, what difference is it? It's like putting perfume on a pig, right? Why bother? Anything else that we talk about here today is purely semantics. The fact that it doesn't define as a motel is where the real argument is. It's going to change. This is the point. This is the pivotal moment for Blayney. This is, Blayney, I've always seen Blayney as a rural community with some strong mine and perhaps another one to open. But perhaps this is the time, if this goes through, is this when Blayney changes? This may be the time where it becomes, it changes from a beautiful town with a mine associated next to it to a mine with a town associated next to it. The emphasis is changing. the emphasis is changing on what defines us in our local government area. I could talk about the economic development, and I could, in my opinion, those figures are rubbery. I mean, the economic development is short-sighted. A few people go to the pub for meals. And this. What I want is people paying rates. And I want people living here and shopping out and sending their kids to our schools and doing that sort of thing. Not going and buying some smokes and a case of beer from the pub and maybe a meal, going back to wherever they live and spending their money there. No. That's not what I want. And I don't think that's what the community wants either. So I reject this motion. I reject it wholeheartedly. In fact, of all the motions I've seen come through this place, this one really annoys me the most, because in my opinion, it is a flagrant abuse of what is a sloppy rule. In some regards, it could be our fault. I don't know. But I will end this conversation with one more observation. For me, the litmus test of what a motel is whether or not I can actually ring up family or friends from out of town and say, hey guys, come to Blayney, it's a lovely place, stay in the new motel. I can't do that. I can't do it. On that, Mr. Mayor, I'll leave it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Denton, for those comments and thoughts. Councillor Newstead.
If I can just respond to one of Councillor Denton's comments about putting a restriction or requirement that they have a percentage of tourists stay there. Are you going to do that with the other motels in town? Because I know of one other motel that's fully booked out by construction workers at the moment. Go and ask them, do they want that restriction put on them? And I'm pretty sure they'd say no. So while I understand what's being said and what you've said is pretty good, but from listening to the proponents and that too, they have said that there will be a phone number, there will be a number on the website, probably even TripAdvisor, that you will be able to ring and book accommodation. Now, if they've lied to us with this 5-year clause, and as far as I know, they're going to be required to keep books of what kind of people that stay there. So with this 5-year clause, that's something, and I know you say it'll probably be hard to kick them out, but that'll be for the next council to decide. So I think if you start putting restrictions on one motel, as it's called, you've got to do it to all of them, and I don't think they'd be real happy about that.
Councillor Newstead. Councillors. Councillor Somervale. Councillor Somervale, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a very hard act to follow, isn't it, Councillor Denton? Very passionate speech there, and certainly a lot of issues which gives us pause for reflection. I think there's two good things about this development, and there's two very unsavoury things about this development. The unsavoury aspects, I think, have been canvassed pretty well already. First of all, is it a motel? Now, no, it's not a motel. And the developers haven't shied away from the fact that what they're effectively building is what you might call a mining camp or a temporary workers' accommodation, because they say that's what the demand is. If the demand were different, then they might be building something different. But at the moment, that's what the demand is. So they're going to build the mining camp. The fact that they're calling it a motel is driven purely by the definition in the Act, the standard definition in the LEP, which talks about temporary accommodation and on a commercial basis. So if they had applied for some sort of mining camp temporary workers accommodation, it wouldn't be permitted. So they've applied under the category of motel. It's certainly not a motel as most of us would normally understand a motel. A facility for mostly travellers to drive their car in, to back up to a room, have a nice comfortable night and move on somewhere. Mostly travellers, but not always travellers. Sometimes commercial people, salesmen and other people like that use motels. But the fact they're calling it a motel, I wouldn't put too much store on that. It doesn't pass the credibility test. It's not really a motel. It's only a motel within the definition of the LEP. And for it to qualify as a motel, the report has got a nice summary there that it has to be available for booking by travellers. And if it's available for booking by travellers, they're entitled to call it a motel. Well, that's what they say they're doing. Whether they, in fact, deliver on that remains to be seen. Frankly, I hope they don't deliver too much on that because anyone who wants to book it as a motel is going to be disappointed, I suspect. So that's one unsatisfactory aspect, that it's being called a motel when in fact it's a mining camp. The second unsatisfactory aspect is the construction. It's relocatable, movable dwellings, dongas as they've been called. It's hardly the sort of aesthetically pleasing development you see in the middle of town. They won't be attractive. They certainly won't encourage people who were looking for a reasonable standard of accommodation to book there. They'll be certainly purpose-built for the market that they're targeting, which is temporary mining workers and construction workers. The one advantage, of course, of the fact that they are movable dwellings is that it then falls to council to permit those movable dwellings to be located on this particular site, and an approval to do so is limited to 5 years. So one of the big advantages of this, the 5-year limit, is only achievable because of the way they're building it, because they're movable dwellings. So we can't have our cake and eat it too. The 5-year review period is a good thing, I think. But the only reason we've got that is because they are what you might call dongas. So they're the two unsavoury aspects. The fact they're trying to call it a motel when it's not really, and secondly, the way it's going to be constructed. On the other hand, there are two positives I see in this, apart from the 5-year time limit. One is the fact that it will take pressure off rental accommodation in the town. Now, we've spoken on many occasions before about what's happening to rental accommodation in the town. It's been driven up by this category of people who are coming to town looking for short-term accommodation. Mining companies or mining employee organisations, they buy up all these or rent up these available accommodation in town, which is forcing up the rental accommodation. I don't think it's got much to do with the cost of real estate, the ownership cost. It's more to do with the rental accommodation. And the fact that this will take pressure off rental accommodation is a good thing. So that's the one good thing. The second good thing is the fact that the site is largely hidden from the streets. Apart from Osmond Street, which will be separately developed in due course, one would hope, for normal, traditional residential type housing. Apart from that Osmond Street frontage, set back from the road, which is being dealt with by landscaping conditions, the rest of the development really won't be visible from the public spaces in Blayney. It'll certainly be visible from the houses along Church Street, which is unfortunate. And as Councillor Reynolds said earlier, we've done what we can to address the concerns of the residents along there. So at the end of the day, I think that staff have done an amazingly good job in getting this proposal to where it is at the moment. We've just spent a lot of time talking about the Millthorpe subdivision. I suspect the amount of effort that's gone into trying to work their way through this particular application probably is twice what was required for the Mortimer subdivision. So fantastic job for the staff. So there are three things that after the first 4 years or so of this development, we need to be careful of. One is the extent to which it's generally been available as a motel for booking by people other than the mining companies. The second thing is that they've adhered to their plan of management. That's one of the most critical documents in the whole thing, the plan of management, because that's going to be what dictates how the facilities run, how antisocial behaviour is managed, and so on. And the third thing, which I'm not quite sure how this lines up, is the car parking. Because of what they intend to use it for, they say they don't need to comply with the DCP in terms of number of car parking spaces. They'll only have 80, not 100. But that's only for stage one. When they get to stage two, the number of people accommodated on the site goes down, the number of car parking spaces goes up back to compliance with the DCP. I think we're a little bit exposed in that interim period because we've got no control over when stage two starts. We've got no control over when the number of car parking spaces is increased. So that's something I'd like to see, if possible, a factor in the assessment of how this development's gone within that first 5-year period. Though weighing up those pros and weighing up those cons, I've come down in favour of supporting the proposal. I think the benefits outweigh the clearly obvious unsatisfactory aspects of this, so I support it.
Can I move an amendment?
Thank you, Councillor Somervale, for that overview and well thought out summary.
I'd like to move an amendment.
Councillor.
Considering Councillor Somervale's statements, I think that we should remove motel from all the literature associated with this. Mr Mayor, under Councillor Somervale's summation, for him it doesn't fit the litmus test for a motel. So we should consider moving an amendment, removing motel from the development, because how can you vote for it if it actually is called a motel and you don't believe it is a motel?
Well, if I can answer that.
So Somervale?
The man in the street, so to speak, wouldn't call this, when they read the application and when they see the thing being built, they'll say this is not a motel. And it's not a motel as generally understood. The point is, though, that as long as they make it available for booking by travellers, then it is a motel under the planning instruments. That's the problem.
And I think that's probably the important point, is that it has been assessed under that as a motel. And I might ask the Director in regards to that, and also the exclusiveness of the facility that's come up a few times in discussion.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so you would like an explanation on the characterisation? Is that the first part of the question?
Why it is actually assessed in front of us here now as a motel.
Mr Mayor, there's a number of statements in particular that it's referenced through the pages. I'm on page 52 myself of the business paper, where it outlines the specific definition of hotel or motel accommodation under the BLAP 2012. There's another reference, which I'll just find, I've marked it, particularly on page 63, where there's a reference to a recent court case, and Councillor Somervale alluded to it, that it all hinges on the ability for it to be available for the general public. What we've had conversations about, this is a little bit different in that for a motel, for characterisation, is for the DA component only. And we've got to accept that and really get our head around that, because traditionally would then go off and something would physically be built from scratch on the site. But that doesn't occur in this instance. It actually sits because the structures are already constructed and they come and are installed on site. It falls under the Local Government Act, particularly Section 68, and then the associated manufactured homes regulation that sits with that. And it's a lot to get your head around. It's not the traditional type, which then skews your mind as to, well, what is this? So it takes a lot to get around. So I hope that kind of broke that down a little bit in terms of the couple of step processes and the difference in traditionally that we experience in an.
That's right. So we're looking at something that can be assessed as a motel, even though we've had plenty of commentary around what it might look like and how it actually is potentially operated. The assessment is around the motel as the application has in front of us.
Mr. Mayor, it's been applied for as a motel, it's been assessed as a motel, we've had that checked. It is a motel for what is presented to us, but contingent on that is the information that has been provided. Now, we've then tried to really tighten that down in condition 21, the plan of management, page 134. And it even, Councillor Newstead, it even references there the maximum capacity numbers, you know, for construction essentially, and then also for the general public. And that's got to be reported annually. So it's not just about let's get to 4 years and see what happens. We've put some real onus on to try and annually acquit what's going on in this facility so that council can consider that down the future if there is a modification lodged.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Councillors, any other further questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ewan.
I believe that Councillor Somerville certainly hit the nail on the head in his definition and assumptions with the proposed development. And yeah, I totally agree. Yes, it isn't what we all understand as to be a motel, and they're covering that, of course, by making rooms available to the wider community and the travellers, and they're putting it on a couple of different websites for booking. They're having the reception area on site. So we can't change that in the regard of what it is and what it isn't. And as we've all said, well, they're dongers or movable accommodation buildings. Understanding all that, I too certainly understand the need for extra accommodation in the Blayney community and region and Shire. I believe should this not happen here, well, you and I both know that it'll happen somewhere else nearby. My concern with the economic value from this proposal isn't huge, isn't great, I don't believe, for our community. Another concern I have is that I believe the self-care initially in stage one of the clientele, and I understand that with a traveller today in a motel certainly has to look after their own needs. If they're a travelling family, holidaying, whatever, they look after their own needs. They either eat in at if the motel provides that restaurant or kitchen facilities, they would either do that or go elsewhere to find meals. In the initial stage one of this, this development isn't providing any kitchen facilities apart from a basic kitchen for the clientele to come and go and either make a tea or coffee or cook a sandwich, or very basic facilities. So the residents, short-term residents, would need to go off-site to gain that. Should, in the instance, say that a contractor has 10 of his workers in the facility. I guess it's then the contractor's responsibility to either offer them some compensation in regard of a living away home allowance, which isn't our concern, I suppose, to cater for their food needs, considering that they are workers that may well be here for a period of 7 days or fortnight and then go home and then return in that time period again. And under the assumption, I guess, that they're going to gain and get their food requirements from our local community, either through our existing hotels, motels, or our supermarkets and food outlets, which will be some economic value. I believe that the stage 2 will provide a kitchen with food facilities and a laundry, and I think if that can happen sooner than later in the development, that will be very acceptable for us as a council and the wider community as well. I read where in the conditions of consent that obviously unless they meet them, of course a construction certificate won't be issued like any DA development. I did read where the sewerage for the development would be upgraded to, if it did meet expectations of the existing network that's there for that, and that would be done at their cost, which is rightly so. I did have a question to our planning director in regard to with the initial stage 1, where it's basically self-care. I have a concern of being an in-out entry from Church Street and no other access points on the site, that the road upgrade is to be widened to 8 metre width, and within that I would imagine there would be room, or appears in my estimations, room to actually have a designated pedestrian walkway, and I think we need to enforce that for the safety of all clientele that may be there. Is that possible? Through you, Mr. Mayor, is that possible, Mr. Director of Planning?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, clarification that the question was for covered walkway or covered awnings as such over all walkways. Was that the question?
Yes, a designated pedestrian walkway to and fro the facility via Church Street.
Answer would be probably not, because I can't see what reason you would imply that condition or require that specifically for that development. Do you have a specific concern that you're seeking to address?
Well, my concern, Mr. Director, is that if there were 100 people staying on site in accommodation facility and they were to be required to move to and fro down into our business area of Blayney to receive or find meals, etc., for their existence, so to speak, while they're here, that there would be quite a lot of pedestrian movement and at times traffic movement coming in and out off the site.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, then it would be my recommendation that no, you probably could not include it. Mainly because once you hit the footpath, there's no cover over the footpath. I don't believe anything's going to be achieved. If anything, you probably even create even further density, stormwater collection points, and additional impact through imposing such a condition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Councillors.
Before you vote your final summation,
Councillor,
may I at least have the opportunity to reply to Councillor Newstead's question.
Councillor Denton and
in
then
addition to
Councillor
Councillor Somervale's observation, please.
Councillor Denton, you have the floor.
So, Councillor Newstead mentioned that if I was to request an amendment, which I am, for an adjournment to allow staff to go back to the proponent and to negotiate a suitable percentage of rooms that will be set aside for the non-itinerant working community. That would be the nature of my amendment. But to answer Councillor Newstead's observation that the other motels in our LGA haven't had to do such a thing, is because they already have a licence. They've already been adopted as a motel because they actually are motels, and they were satisfied the requirements of the time as a motel. They are not up for reassessment. Okay, this is the point. This is the gate. This is the front door. Right? It's at this point where we either let them in or not. So that is my answer to that. With Councillor Somervale's 2 points. The first point is he mentioned the fact that the motel is not really visible. Not really visible. Well, there's the internet. And I can tell you it's going to be visible there. It's going to be visible. You can't hide this thing away. You can't hide it away from the world. And I find it astounding that the very nature of this application is under the LEP for a motel. Yet Councillor Somervale accepts that it's not a motel, but weighing up the fors and against is prepared to vote for it as a motel, even though it's not a motel. Well, perhaps I should do a further amendment that we can name it the Clayton's Motel, Mr. Mayor. It's the motel you have when you're not having a motel. This is madness. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever that we can preach. For me, the very part of the fact that nothing else matters, because they are making the application under the Act to do with a motel. If it doesn't pass that test, how can they even look at anything else? Come back and try another application. So I move that we make an amendment to defer this motion, that council staff have the opportunity to negotiate with the proponent on imposing in the management plan a prorated amount of rooms made available to the to tourists and travellers, as it says in the Act, to make them comply. And that's the amendment I would like to move right now.
Councillor Denton, just before we concentrate on that point, I'll just get a clarification, if I can, from the Director around the management plan and the requirement to have a percentage of rooms available for tourists and visitors.
Through Mr. Mayor, so Plan of Management Condition 21, page 134 of the attachments. There's a series of dot points there. The first half must be based on the following objectives. The second number of dot points include a methodology to demonstrate the following matters. One of the matters is a maximum capacity of the premises allocated for tenants associated with the construction or other mining related work, and maximum capacity of premises allowed to the general public not associated with construction or other mining related work. So that is a mechanism in itself. We have not specified a specific percent or number as such. I don't even have a clue, to be quite honest, what it will be, but it's to try and ascertain and ensure that then that is also reported on, at least annually, that component, which is a key component to it being defined as a motel under the LEP.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Director. I think that's a point in that management plan about, in those no percentage, to reflect apparently that it is motel. There has to be a percentage of visitors and of genuine visitors to that, whatever they shape, size they look like. And I think there's, as we've seen the law, some of the legal examples of that they fail the test completely unless it is available for some type of tourist to stay. So, Councillor Denton, with that clarified, you're still asking for moving a referral of this?
I believe that's in the best interests of the... I think that from the first motion, the first DA that we had looked at today, on reflection, sometimes are best let to sit just a tad, to go back, to have one more look at it and get it right. I don't think we should be rushed through this. I think an adjournment is completely appropriate considering the concerns made by Councillor Somerville that it's in his opinion that it's not a motel. Councillor Kingham has reiterated that. I am reiterating that. You have three of your councillors saying it's not a motel. Therefore, I believe we need to make some amendment to the management strategy to enforce the establishment to comply under the rules of a motel.
Okay, councillors, I've let Councillor Denton speak to, I know I haven't got to, to that, to engage or attract a seconder to his motion to defer. Is there a seconder in the room in regards to this? Okay, with no seconder, I'll let that lapse. Thank you, Councillor Denton, for that. And we'll continue. Councillor Somerville.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just to clarify one thing that Councillor Denton just attributed to me a statement that I felt this wasn't a motel. I think what I said is, I don't think this is a motel under the generally understood man in the street concept of what a motel is. But having said that, that's not the basis on which this is being assessed. This is being assessed on the basis that they've applied for it to be categorised as a motel within the meaning of that definition in the LEP. And provided it's made available for travellers, then it will qualify as a motel under the LEP. It won't qualify, as my concept of what this is going to be, it won't qualify as a motel under the generally accepted understanding of what a motel is, but that's not relevant for what we're talking about here.
Thank you, Councillor Somerville, for that clarification of your position. Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'll try and be brief. Firstly, definition of a traveller. I don't know if the director or anyone can actually give us that definition, whether it is people or not, so I'll just throw that question to potentially the director.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Reynolds, I don't have a definition for traveller off the top of my head, no.
The second question or comment, Mr Mayor, very quickly is this may free up, to answer some of Councillor Denton's earlier comments, this may free up some other motel rooms in Blayney, whether it's the Central Motel or the Gold Miners or whatever it's called, motel, some of those rooms that are currently taken up by miners for travellers. So it may have a benefit in other ways to free up some other motel accommodation. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Newstead.
Just really quickly, another question to the director. You say that it's got to be open for bookings for visitors, tourists, whatever. What happens if it's fully booked out for 12 months and they can't get in, as they can't up at the Lamar Hotel? What happens then? How do they...
I would imagine, Councillor Newstead, that's what that mechanism is in the management plan, that there has to be some rooms available for... Now, how you define that, I don't know.
Mr Mayor, technically they could run that if they wanted to. It's going to come out in that annual report and then the subsequent annual reports at the 5-year review that essentially it's not being used. I mean, we would know actually at the annual report that if it was fully booked and not available for the public, that it's actually not
being used in accordance with the consent in which it's been applied through, and they're actually in breach of their consent. So that's how that would be dealt with.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Councillors, any other questions or comments in regards to this very interesting and complex problem? No? I'd just like to make a couple of comments myself, and I certainly appreciate and agree a lot with Councillor Denton's comments, and I think we're actually all on the same page. So what I'd like to do is move on a bit to the point where we understand now why it's been assessed as a motel, even though we and the general public will have a pretty different opinion on what it is. So I think we're all on the same page in regards to that point, that technical point about why it's been assessed as a motel. That's the reason that's in front of us, and we are to consider that. Driving force for this is the absolute sheer reality of the shortage of accommodation in this shire and this region. We can argue all night about it being a motel or not being a motel, or whether mum and dad are going to stay there, or whether it's just going to be full of contractors. The reality is we need this facility to be full of contractors, because that is what we are facing. We are facing an unprecedented, most serious shortage of rental accommodation that our shire, our town, and indeed our region has ever seen. So I'm happy to argue here all night about the definition of a motel. The reality is we are seeing this wave of construction activity that needs accommodation. And we do know, and it's been mentioned here, that it is having a serious effect now, and it will continue to have the most serious impact on our rental accommodation throughout the shire. Consideration for the 5-year time frame is a key component of this. We have had this experience before. We have had a construction camp here in this town for 3 years. So we have experience about what that brought. As far as the impact on neighbours, it was minimal, and it actually did what it was intended to do, and that was to take the pressure off our normal accommodation. We have invested a lot of money in our tourism and visitation programs through Orange 360. So not only are we seeing this demand for construction accommodation, but as you all know, we're also on the wave, and this was before COVID, a wave of interest of tourism and visitation into our shire and into our region. This is going to be hugely compromised unless we can somehow provide this alternate accommodation for these contractors, as we did before up at the caravan park. And again, the point's been very well made, but not only for visitors and tourists and for contractors, but the reality is, and I talk to these, and as you all do, unfortunately, the accommodation crisis is affecting those people who just want to live here, who have a job here, who want to rent and are unable to do that, and the future does not look any better in the short to medium term around that. This facility, I don't think we're arguing about the need for it. I think even the neighbours, people that I've spoken to, businesses, all agree that this type of accommodation is needed. What we are concerned about is the location of it. And I guess at the end of the day, the applicants made concessions around how they would structure it, how they would shape it, how it would fit in, and how the impacts would be on the neighbours. And I'd like to acknowledge the input from the neighbours, and especially Peter Ogilvie, who I've spent a lot of time with, and he has spent a considerable amount of time and energy on this and has made a great contribution to the consideration of this item. Now, there is no doubt that the conditions of consent have addressed, in my mind, the concerns of the residents. Certainly the latest conditions around the fire report, the latest conditions around the noise report, the understanding of light, all those issues, those day-to-day issues that we're all aware of, I think we can have confidence that they are considered within the conditions of consent. I, like everybody else, this is not the ideal development in that position. But guess what? These applicants purchased that land and they're entitled to put this application to us for consideration. It has been considered by staff and we have a report here in front of us. Now, we can debate the semantics of whether it's a motel or not. We know it is targeted for the construction sector. That is the reality. That is the pub test right there. Everyone knows we need it. It's just the location of it. I think the conditions of consent, we can manage the location. It is in a sensitive area, but it does not front Water Street or Church Street or Adelaide Street, but certainly will have a presence in Osmond Street. And of course, the comments that all councillors made around all the other things, well, I won't go over now. But I guess I'm just frustrated listening to the debate about the motel. I think we're all grown up enough to understand what's in front of us and why it's been assessed as a motel. But what we do need to understand that we have in front of us the opportunity to take some pressure off our very, very tight rental and accommodation market. This is the opportunity to do that. The reason I support it at the end of the day is that we do have the 5-year time limit, which gives the council of the day, the community of the day, and indeed the neighbours, the opportunity to revisit and to assess that impact. I do not envisage this type of facility being there forever. Now, we could easily have that in front of us here now. DAs usually stay with the land forever. In this case, if approved, it's only for 5 years. Just like the mining camp up at the caravan park was only for 3 years. And we saw what happened once that was completed, and once that work finished, it was packed up and moved. Now, I know the proponents are saying they want to run that as a genuine motel. We need to give them the opportunity to do that, because we do know the demand's there. I certainly concur and agree with everything my two fellow councillors this side of me have said, because I think generally we all agree that it is not the ideal facility in that location, but we have had one elsewhere in the town. I'm confident that the conditions of consent will mitigate the impact of our neighbours. I'm confident that there will be a positive economic outcome if this are to go ahead. And I'm extremely positive of the fact that regardless of whether they want to run it as a motel, which they'll have to, but their management plan will be strict enough to ensure that it is run professionally, that they do have proper compulsory COVID plans in place, and that the facility will be managed to a standard that we as a council and the community expect. But in summary, it is a difficult situation, and again, I agree, we are looking, I think we all understand what it is, councillors, and I think we all understand why it's been assessed as a motel. So our eyes are wide open on this. There's no wool being pulled over our eyes. The staff has assessed it as the applicants. It is permissible in that location. Our LEP says that location is ideal for a variety of accommodation needs. This is an accommodation need. Unfortunately, the stigma that is attached to transportable dwellings is well known, but the reality is, to me, that is probably an advantage. Because I am supportive of taking the pressure in the short to medium term off our rental accommodation for all our community and visitors. So, councillors, I hope the point I've made is that we do understand why it's been assessed as a motel, and it was well put by Councillor Denton and Councillor Kingham, and I think we all understand, we all have the complete understanding of that, of exactly what is going to happen there. And as it's already been said, The applicants have clearly stated that is their target market, and guess what? That is what I want them to target. I want them to target this wave of contractors that are going to be coming to our community the next 3 or 4 years. For those of you who might remember back when Cadia East was developed quite a few years ago now, you could not get a bed, a room, a garage, a carport in this entire region, let alone the Shire, and I took so many calls and people stopping me in the street complaining that they couldn't have a 21st, they couldn't have mum's 60th birthday party, in fact they couldn't have weddings because you couldn't get a bed in Millthorpe, you couldn't get a bed in Blayney, you couldn't get a bed in Orange. It was absolutely catastrophic. It stopped all the things that we take for granted because of the great problem we had of some serious investment in our Shire, and it's a problem that most small communities would love to have. But it is a problem. It's been recognised by Orange 360 this time around. The continuation of this sort of development is going to attract many, many contractors into our region that need to be fed and accommodated. So for me, this is deja vu. This is just going back in history. This time we have a chance to be a lot more proactive, as Orange 360 are doing. This company has puts an application. It may not be a motel in the traditional sense, and certainly not a motel in the sense of someone down at the pub. But in reality, over the next 5 years, it's going to be a very important tool in minimising the impact on our community in regards to rental accommodation and visitation. Councillors, is there any other further questions or comments or clarifications in regards to this item? I appreciate all the comments. I will put the motion, and Councillor Reynolds has quickly decided...
We're just going to not take up my right of reply, given there was opposition, but I won't take it up.
No, well, you're welcome to, but if you don't...
Very happy with your summation, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you, councillors. So I will call for a division, of course, so I'll ask you to keep your hand up. So we can record the division. I will we have a motion in front of us. We have a mover, we have a seconder. I'll put the motion. All in favour? Hands, please. Take a division. Councillor Reynolds, Councillor Ewan, Councillor Newstead, and Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Somerville. Against? Against, record Councillor Denton and Councillor Kingham.
Recorded as voting against the resolution?
Yes, indeed, it is with the division, Councillor. Okay, thank you, Councillor. I declare the motion carried. Okay, councillors, thanks for your patience. I refer you now to page 109, item 11, report of council investments as at the 30th of June. Recommendations there 1 and 2. Do I have a mover for these recommendations? Councillor Reynolds has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Newstead. Councillors, any questions or comments in regards to this item? No? No questions or comments. I'll put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declared carried. Councillors, item 12, page 114, Information Technology Quarterly Report. Recommendation there. Report be received. Do I have a mover for this recommendation?
Thank you.
Councillor Ewan has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Newstead has seconded that. Councillors, any question? Councillor Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be
Question?
very quick. Congratulate the opportunity, or staff providing us with the opportunity to do some training a couple of weeks ago. I think it was 3 councillors were involved with that, with a number of staff, including the General Manager, and it's fantastic that there's an opportunity for further training, particularly for the new council. I would certainly recommend that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. Any other questions or comments, councillors, regards to this item? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declared carried. Page 116, item 13, compliance and reporting activities. Recommendation there, councillors. Do I have a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Ewan has moved that way. Councillor Reynolds, happy to second that.
Excuse me.
Questions or comments?
Thanks,
Councillor Ewan.
Thanks, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate the staff. You know, they've met those completion dates well and truly before time, so that just shows how well our staff implement and work as a team to put these reports to the necessary departments well before time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Any other questions or comments, councillors? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declared carried. Item 14, page 118, Renewable Energy Action Plan 2020. Recommendation there, councillors. Have a move. Thank you. Councillor Somervale has moved that way, and Councillor Reynolds, I believe, is happy to second that. Councillors, any questions or comments on this very exciting project? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As you've just summed up the words, very exciting. There's a great opportunity here for the council to develop a project, and hopefully in potentially partnership with others, to get to that 100% ultimate carbon neutral, particularly from electricity, and then hopefully we can move across to vehicle fleet, etc. So a great opportunity. It'll be opened up for the new council. Myself, Councillor Newstead, and the Mayor have been involved in examining potential projects, but also in what we've achieved already in putting some solar on some of our roofs, and particularly with Centrepoint. Once the new roof is put on Centrepoint, that will dramatically increase the level of solar there. Also looking at batteries. So a great opportunity to save the council money, so a triple bottom line, both the environment, social and economic outcomes for our council, and hopefully the new council will see this as a great opportunity come later this year. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. Any other questions? Or Councillor Somervale?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I agree with Councillor Reynolds. This is really, really exciting, and I'd like to congratulate our Renewable Energy Action Team and Councillors Reynolds and Newstead for bringing this to the stage where it looks like we'll be getting a serious business case and CapEx review prepared. There's just one aspect of this that I would really like to stress is the thing that excites me about this, and that is that at Council, we spend a lot of money on capital expenditure, mostly grant funded. We build fantastic assets with it, but it comes with a cost to our profit and loss account through depreciation. The fantastic thing about this is we'll be spending capital money to build this project, but instead of costing us more in our P&L account, we'll be saving on these estimates $148,000 a year on today's average expenditure on electricity. So this is one project where we will be spending money to improve our bottom line, not to make it worse. So for that one reason, I think this is really fantastic.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Somervale. Councillors, any other questions? Or Councillor Denton?
Yeah, again, it's a wonderful thing, and times have changed in my time here. When I was first elected 4 years ago almost, one of the first decisions I thought I'd get involved with on council was when we were building a toilet block facility. And I remember asking the question, would it be possible if we could put solar on it? And the answer was no, it's not economically viable. Well, times are changing, and we are not immune, and we need to change that change. I fully endorse this. I hope that that we can improve on this, and as most of our the things that happen in this place over time, it grows. It grows, and it grows, for the most part, in a good way. And so, yeah, I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Denton. I think they call you an early adopter of this technology and an early supporter of it. Councillors, any other questions or comments regards to this item? If not, I will put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declared carried. Page 121, item 15, a review of agency information guide. Recommendation there. Do I have a mover for this recommendation?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ewan has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Newstead has seconded that. Questions, comments in regards to this guide? All pretty good. Okay, I will put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declared carried. Councillors, page 123, item 16, Director Infrastructure Services Monthly Report. Recommendation there, report be received and noted. Thank you. Councillor Kingham has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Denton has seconded that. Councillors, question or comments in regards to the Director's report? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with regard to footpaths, fantastic. Had the opportunity to have a look at the underpass in Millthorpe on Friday with the bollards now up. Carcore, Yulimore Street, again, fantastic. Something that the Uralba Hostel asked for, and that project's now been completed with state government funding. And also Plum Street. Great to see now that the footpath is actually connected with Carcore Street. So fantastic outcomes there, particularly with our footpath program. As I'm a great believer and pusher for footpaths, that we've achieved a lot during this council term when it comes to footpaths. Great that we're progressing with Penuara Road and also Carcore Street, that we're just holding off. We're being very smart, holding off roadworks while it's raining cats and dogs, and hopefully it'll start to fine up come September and we can get back into our roadworks again. But fantastic job so far in Carcore Street particularly. Also the library, haven't had the opportunity to have a look at that, and hopefully we start to see some bridges being built in the next few months. Some of those bridges that I know particularly Councillor Kingham very keen to get done, but a few other bridges across the program, and also the KGO change rooms. Hopefully we start to see some construction as we move towards the end of this year. So that'll be my summary. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. Councillors, Councillor Somervale.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just one aspect I wanted to comment on, that's the recycled water treatment plant. Fantastic. We're commencing our commissioning of that, and we'll be able to get our Section 60 approval underway before too long. So my only question, maybe this can be taken on notice, are we making reasonable progress with our MOU between the sewer fund and the general fund, dealing with things like pricing and the delivery point of the water and the risk allocation for water quality and all that sort of thing?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We'll have to take that question on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you, Councillor Somervale. Councillors, Councillor Newstead.
Just one quick comment or question of the Director, Mr. Baker. How did the surface at the Central West Equestrian Livestock Centre go after the loam was added to the sand? Were the people that were out there on the weekend happy with the result? Or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we actually received some advice today from from somebody that used the facility last week and was also in attendance at the cutting event on the weekend. Very positive response, and the work that was done actually put us in good stead for the COVID clinic, because we actually were able to use it for vehicles to drive through and the COVID clinic to be undertaken inside the Quelk today and tomorrow.
Just one more quick question. Will council look at buying the equipment to keep mixing the surface, or will you always get somebody else in to come and manipulate it, I guess would be a word?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in this first instance, for a period of time, we're going to utilise the specialist contractor and his equipment prior to us considering purchase of that equipment once our guys are suitably skilled in doing the work.
Thank you, Councillor Newstead. Thank you, Mr Director. Councillors are still on the Director of Infrastructure's report. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour? Against? Declared carried. Okay, councillors, now move through to item 17, page 126, Central West JO Regional Road Signs Contract. Recommendation there. Do I have a move of this recommendation? Councillor Ewan has moved that way. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Newstead, I think. Yep. Councillor Newstead has seconded that. Councillors, any questions or comments in regards to this item? No? All good? Pretty straightforward. No questions or comments. I'll put the motion. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declared carried. Councillors, that brings us to the end of our meeting. I'd like to thank you all very much for your attendance, and I'd like to declare the meeting officially closed.